Felicitations, my family of fledglings. Ghost, it's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to another night with yours truly, Damien Halme. Should say time zone. Maybe you're not watching this at night. Hi, welcome, hello. I'm starting late. There are many reasons why I'm starting late. I don't even have all my stuff by me. Welcome, Akumu. The chills will come, watch. They're there. Hi, Akumu. Thank you for being here. Appreciate all your faces. Hello and welcome. We have had a tumultuous week. I did a lot of upgrades and changes to this machine. There are things that are working, there are things that are not working. And so I started late because I couldn't even get my camera to work. So I had to use my older camera to make things happen. I didn't go upstairs to put my contacts in. There's so many things I haven't done that I'm behind. I didn't sleep in the time I was supposed to sleep. The little and the tiny were very needy after they were put down, and both claimed that they couldn't sleep on their own without some sort of intervention. I don't know what kind of intervention they needed. We don't give them whiskey or anything to make them pass out. Experimental discourse. This is kind of experimental, but the experimentation really is about the layout things, because I did so many. The biggest thing I did was I upgraded to Windows 11, and many people poo-pooed me for doing this because they said it was a bad move, and I could potentially see some really negative things happen. The two biggest things that did happen were all of my sounds got remapped again from the Rodecaster to Windows. Things were confused. However, Windows 11 remembers sounds, whereas Windows 10 could not remember sounds. So I'd have the Rodecaster all set up in a specific way. And Windows 10, every time I restarted it, would be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I choose things the way I choose them. And when I go into settings, it would remember the settings that I had from the previous session, but it wasn't honoring them. I was also having page file issues. If anybody knows what that, go look it up if you don't. Page file issues, and I had tons of page file storage allocated. There's so many things wrong with Windows 10. So many things. So I'm hoping that the upgrade was fixed a lot of things. However, the one thing Windows 11 really didn't fix, and the reason why I started stream late today, is because it broke the tether between the really nice camera that I use to stream and Windows. It was reading the camera 5 minutes before I needed to stream, and without changing any camera settings, Windows said, wait, I think I'm forgetting this camera, and then it suddenly just forgot the camera. And that was it. I couldn't get it to work again. I spent 15 minutes trying, and I failed. So I just moved the other camera back in its old place where it used to live and decommissioned the new camera. Yeah. The old camera still pixels okay. The color is different, and what it is what I have right now. It is what's working right now. So, moving on. Tonight's discourse topic is, have you ever pretended to be something that you weren't? And how did that go for you? Did you succeed or not? Hello. Oh, I know what you're doing. Never mind. I'm ignoring that comment from Kick. I see it almost every stream now. There's always some bot coming in to do the same thing. All right. We are going to be popping into Final Fantasy and discussing tonight's topic on faking it till you're making it. So let me see if my Final Fantasy scene works okay. We'll see how this goes. Hirotroa. Oh, I can't hear this one. I think it was muting the output. Let me see if I can make that happen again, shall we? it's not triggering now. That was my trigger command, was it not? Let me double check on that. If I were an action and my name was Tro, how would I trigger? There might be a cooldown on this. Oh, it's not a cooldown. I set it so it only triggers once per stream. I did that. I did that. Akuma's was a little quiet. All right, I'll have to work on source audio soundscape again. We'll make that happen. But at least it played. Test it from YouTube so it really works. Good. I mean, that's good. It works. I just need to make it so that I can actually listen on command. Well, next stream, or I'll test it. I'll test it offline to make sure that the audio's there. Yeah. Anyway, hi. Sounds like a lot of moments of you're not the boss of me. Honestly, I feel like my computer's trying to boss me around, and I don't have time to have another boss right now. Yeah. Okay. Well then, let's test the Final Fantasy scene, which should be right here. Oh, I see. Yeah, the other cam is still not working, so hopefully this does. Okay. Good. I'm where I need to be. I'm in the framing I need to be in. I think I need to be slightly more, a skosh more this way. And seems like everything is not terrible. I'm in no rush. Good. Me either. I can't possibly be in a rush. I have too many things that are broken for me to rush through them. So I took my sweet time getting started on stream. I realized it was well passing stream start time, and I did not panic. I just moved with deliberate motion to try to get through everything I knew I needed to do to try to make the show work. And when things didn't work, I just abandoned them for the sake of getting the show up and running. Because this week has already been chaotic. And not the streamer that we all love. The Steven Universe energy streamer. Apparently Chaotic has never seen Steven Universe, but constantly gets compared to the main character, the titular character. So, yes, tonight's topic is faking it till you making it. Or one of you pretended to be something that you weren't quite, or perhaps a subsection of the entirety of yourself, creating a Venn diagram personality, a pie slice chunk of who you are, in order to have the social clout, the employability, whatever it happens to be, something. You did it for some reason, and why? How did that go? The not beating your head against the wall technique, I've heard that's effective. I've definitely had my share of beating my head against the wall, but tonight I couldn't be bothered. I really just wanted to have a comfy stream. I had plans earlier in the week that tonight I was going to be dark, macabre, dressed for success. The contact, my one special contact in, and makeup and everything. I was going to really shine tonight, and we were going to have a deep, engaged topic. And none of today went the way I expected it to. I abandoned so many rule sets that I set for myself earlier on in the day for success, and the stream was no different. I moved my goalpost quite a bit to make sure that everything was just going to work and that I was just going to get through today. So today is a day of just getting through the day. I have a few various answers to the versions of answers to this one. I'll take whatever you're willing to share, including multiple answers if that's the case. I watched a friend of mine. We used to raid into her stream. She's an Aussie streamer that also plays Final Fantasy 14. And she disabled raiding for a while now. I have no idea when she's going to re-enable. So my community will never just randomly jump into her streams. But she started streaming. She got into a STEM program. She's studying something in hard sciences. I know part of what she's studying right now involves genetics, and there's some math and chemistry and stuff involved there too. And she's just turned herself into lo-fi girl, basically headphones, head to the side, tunes pumping while she does some studying, and then she'll take breaks and talk to chat. And I was like, man, that sounds honestly really cool. I wonder if I could just stream my workday and just be on mute until there were times where I could communicate openly, and I wasn't in a work meeting or anything like that. I'm not doing school studies or anything right now, but just share a part of my day with you. We listen to music, we bop together. I sometimes communicate with y'all in chat. It just seemed like such a nice vibe, and I really appreciated her sharing that part of her life. Hello, Lady Nico. And because we can't raid into her, I just thought I would shout out this particular content creator, because you'll never go into her channel through me since we can't raid. But go check her out. I appreciate what she's done.
Wait, I can be one if you want me to. Hi. Oh god. No. Can we just erase it that happened? Oh, I know I like to make.
Well, I didn't hear the clip, and I don't know how to route the clip to my ears because there's something broken there. But yeah, that's her. Nico said he'd be back. Sounds good. Ready when he gets back for roulettes? Excellent. I have every roulette to do tonight. And well, except for mentor and expert, because I don't have those unlocked. But everything else I want to run. So we should and shall. Warcrack stare. Nico, I can't hear anything. Maybe that is something I should try to fix literally right now. If I do volume mixer, that is absolutely not the right thing. Because that doesn't give me inputs and outputs. No, it does. It does. Volume mixer does. Ooh, look at that. Okay. So if I were OBS and I wanted to output to my ears, how do I do that? Main multi-track, would that do it? Let's give this a shot. Let me do the Nico intro real quick. Oh, that's not your command for monetization. That's not the only other thing I can think of is setting you on a virtual, but I really don't want. Oh, actually, maybe virtual B is where I want you to be. Try that one more time. Let's do the Oz intro.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Okay. Well, output from OBS is completely foobar. So if you all see like a raid or a sub or a dono, let me know in chat. I'll try to read chat, and there's like nothing I can do to hear it right now. I messed with a couple different settings in Windows 11 audio settings. I can't get OBS to filter to my ears at all right now. Oh, I can hear that. Oh, but that's coming from my bot. Figures. Likos, hi and welcome. Everything's broken. I upgraded to Windows 11 and I broke a whole bunch of things. I'm sorry. It's just how it do. All right, let me catch up with chat. 46, like Valentina Rossi. I super wish I knew that name so I could be there with you on that reference, but I don't know who Valentino Rossi is. All the roulettes except Russian. Yeah, Russian roulette is the only type of roulette that you don't want to win. Yeah, Oz isn't actually here. I just put her intro in to try to test something. Want me to hop in with me? Yeah, by all means. Come join the VC. I can't even type today. Hello. Can everybody hear Lady Nico? O kage-sama de genki desu. Regular upgrade experience. I know. And I did have time to troubleshoot, and I used it for other things because I super thought that I didn't break anything, but I broke everything. I can hear you in my ears, so I'm hoping it's it's shushed.
Yeah, they said I am very low.
Let us change that. I will bump some volume and let me know if that helps.
Gentle testing, testing.
I'm always an advocate for just a clean install. I wish I could bother with that. That requires so much more effort on my part. Need to redo everything as is, so might as well just make it completely clean. The 10 to 11 upgrade experience was something that we already did with Oz, and it worked out very smoothly for her, so I thought it wasn't going to be a big deal. And it turned out it was a much bigger deal for me than it was for her. Free the Lady Nico. I promise we're not censoring Lady Nico.
Attention. This is your Lady Nico bot alerting you that Nico is at a much lesser volume. Please, in order to increase the Nico me volume, please be sure to sub to Damien Home.
Home.
You may also do a sub with your Prime subs if you acquire one. Thank you for viewing.
That's improved, still a little low. Okay. Let me see what we can do about that. Let's bring this one down and this one up. Hopefully that'll fix things. Gotta censor Akumu. I once pretended to be over the age of 18 to buy alcohol. I was actually 15. Dang. Were you already sporting facial hair? I mean, how did that end up working out? Usually, aren't places required to sort of like check ID, even if you're sort of sus or on the edge? Did you have to use charisma? You talked up the clerk, and you're like, hey. I see a Nico hiding over there in the shadows behind us.
He thinks he can sneak around.
Right. Skulker. Okay, it wasn't once, it was a few times? Dang. Okay, so you had a beard at 15. I had a hint of I had a LaCroix beard at 15. I was shaving and I had a couple friends who were jealous. Like, oh, dang, you can shave already? And I was like, you don't want to shave. I have to do this every morning. Otherwise, I look gross and dumb, scraggly and nasty. But they were so jealous.
I remember I went to, what was the video store? I don't fucking remember, but it used to be something else, but it turned into FYE.
Okay.
And I went in there and they had a video section, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was 19 at the time. Keep that in mind, please. So I wandered over to the adult section just to peek and be like, oh, okay, that's what's over here. Whatever. I don't care. Store employee comes running over to me and goes, excuse me, little girl, you can't be over here. I'm like, I can't? Why? This is the adult section. You can't be over here. I'm like, since when can adults not be over here? It's like, show me your ID. So I handed it to him and showed him, and he's like, oh, God, I am so sorry. And I'm like, what? I'm like, how old did you think I was? Honestly, I thought you were 14.
Wow.
Uh,
That's probably the better trait to have. I mean, if you're trying to buy alcohol at 15, maybe it's not the greatest thing. But as you get older and older, most people tend to want to look younger and younger. And you spend much more of your life wanting to look younger than you do wanting to look older. So it's a short inconvenience for a superpower later on in your life, I think.
like,
Likos too. Nico is living my life for real. You are also the youngling looking face.
Wrong, Doug?
That's another thing. I'm right as the mail.
All right, Sketchy. I promise I will get hydration. However, I forgot my water upstairs. Akumu, please don't be mad. So
like,
I'm going to leave you in the gentle hands of Lady Nico, and I'm going to run and grab my water.
yes, I will be very gentle with you all.
All right. Good luck, everybody else. Akuma, don't blame me. I had a lot of tech issues. Blame Windows 11. Okay, I'll be right back.
Whee! But yeah, I know for me, everybody, I was blessed with the genes of looking very young until I hit about 35, 37, at least as far as face. I'm starting to notice a little bit of like wrinkles and fine lines popping up, but I've been getting gray hair since I was 20, so that was nothing new for me. I remember one time my mom, I think she was 40 at the time, she went to the gas station. She comes back and she's all happy and humming and looking all excited. And I'm like, what? And she's like, I got carded today. I'm like, you do realize it's a policy now where they have to card anyone buying alcohol, right? It's like they didn't card you because they thought you looked like you're under the age of 21. Oh, grays aren't that bad. Well, I've said that I sound 40 with kids. Well, I think it's because you do have a bit of a deeper voice, so it can be misleading, Sketchy.
I have returned with hydration.
Hydrate, mister. They commanded you to. You must hydrate. See. Attack. She gave a minor alcohol, and I had to tell her I'm 31.
What on
What?
earth was that? Hi, Sketchy.
Aye.
Hello.
I hope that was a sound.
Came in through the window.
Okay.
Through the window?
As long as it wasn't
From the
real.
wall?
No, it wasn't real. It was a soundboard. I can play it. I can play it again, but I don't want to deafen anybody.
Me. I'm fine. But yeah, Akuma, don't stress the grays. They're gonna happen. Like, there ain't nothing you can do about it. I was honestly mad because I wanted to dye my hair silver, but I couldn't because my hair wouldn't bleach to the right level.
There's definitely hair that bleaches well and hair that does not. Or hair that takes way too much chemical treatment to do so, and then you risk burning yourself getting there.
Like, I never tried to do it myself, or at least not getting it super light by myself. Had a friend who bleached my hair once a while ago, but we only put it to like orange yellow because I was dyeing it like deep scarlet blood red. So it's like, hey, I don't need to be blonde. I just need to be orange at the least, and that's fine. Because if it fucks up, hey, I'm putting a dark color over it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. E. Okay. We have a tank, a heal, and a deeps. I think
Anybody want to join?
you're good to go. Akumu, what are you up to? People have said I sound 40 with kids. Is that true, Sketchy?
Yes.
Sorry to hear. It's one thing to have those badges of honor. It's another thing to be much younger and be misconstrued as such.
I mean, it has its advantages.
I suppose so.
Mainly, no one asks me for ID when I go to bars.
Any chance you're into dating older people too? Because then you've got an in. Until they find out your real age.
I mean, that hasn't stopped women before.
That's fair. My grays are kind of all over the place and sparse. They're also not white, they're clear. Interesting. They sparkle in the light, so I call them my accidental glitter. I've seen some people with like glitterily? Sure, I'll use that term. Glitterally silver hair. And it's kind of cool. I mean, I think aging can look pretty cool. And we're just we've been living in a culture that sort of vilifies a natural process for a long time. We just need to get past that point.
Kind of more disproportionately affect women getting judged for having gray hair or looking older. But that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah. It's super weird. I mean, unless you're like Leo DiCaprio and you're perfectly comfortable swapping somebody out when they out age your like perfect bracket, then I mean, most people are going to end up pair bonding with somebody for life that's going to age with them, and you're both going to get used to each other's changes and all the grays and wrinkles and everything that come with that, the ways that you sag and grow, and it's just how it is. That's been life. It's always been life. There's never been any disparity from that, unless you're incredibly rich and you just cover yourself in Botox and plastic. But then you usually don't look young. You just look fake, right? Even today, I don't think there's any amount of cosmetic surgery that bridges that uncanny valley. It always looks like there's something uniquely different about you. Oh, your nose doesn't look like anybody else's nose. Those lips are not natural. There's just something about the way people's bodies look after cosmetic surgery.
Honestly, I think it depends on just how much they do, how much of a change they try to make, and to what extent. Like, if someone just gets like a little bit of like an eyelid lift, for example, something very minor.
Yeah.
It's gonna look natural. It's not enough that you're gonna have tons of scarring, and it's not gonna affect it so much. But if you're someone who goes in,
Does that play in Discord now?
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, like if you're someone who goes in every couple years to get like a facelift or a boob job or to get your butt lifted up or any of that other crap, and you do it a lot, you're going to have a lot of scars. And when you age, it's really going to show where and what you did.
Yeah. Especially as your body naturally forms the body shapes of an elderly person, and then certain parts just don't, right? I mean, even just the very simple fact of like dyeing your hair. Dyeing your hair looks a certain natural if you do it at a young enough age. And the older you get, if you're doing it to hide your grays, instead of just doing something like wild and vibrant and unnatural colored, like if you go like shock blue, doesn't matter what age you do it, it's always going to look unnatural, and that's a look. But if you're going for like the dark brown hair you've always had, and you should be well gray, it's not going to look right. And I think that's very true of other forms of much deeper body modifications, the tummy tucks and butt implants and all that sort of stuff. Age really weird, and people are going to look at you and say, you don't look young, you just look fake.
It also matters too if you're doing box dye, which is always going to look flat, lack depth, and just not sit right on the head, especially if you're going for a color that your hair never naturally was.
Yeah.
Like I never look good whenever I tried to dye my hair black. Like blue black didn't work, like neutral black didn't work, and oh hell no with just like that straight blackest ink black. It's like that I never look good with that because it's just not me. But if I do like the more like mid-range auburn brownish red colors or softer mid slightly dark browns, it looks fine.
Yeah.
Like the only problem is my grays are very resistant to dye. So you'll always see like those few little streaks that are just really bright compared to the rest of it. Almost like natural highlights or something.
You will not
But not really.
you paradise.
Nico is the expert on dyes. Lady Nico is? How does that... How?
Watch a lot of hairdressers and
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, like I watch Brad Mondo, I watch Guy Tang, Hair Buddha. Like, so like I know a lot of the technical stuff of it. If you asked me to actually do it for you, I would be very nervous about that.
Right.
But I would at least be able to point or give suggestions based on what I have heard professionals say.
Oh, that's
I mean,
fair.
basic bitch box dye, I can help you with that. Bleaching, I know how you should do it technically, but I would be so worried about messing it up or leaving it in too long.
Yeah. For something that can literally burn somebody, that's kind of a scary and steep. I mean, it's like actually doing a medical technique on somebody because you could end up hurting them medically in some way.
Don't look up bleach burns on the scalp if you are squeamish. You're welcome.
Yeah.
My curiosity.
Don't, like, if you're squeamish, don't do it. I'm warning you right now.
My goodness, that's a big pull. Please let me know if I bite off more than you can chew.
Nah, it's fine. I got this.
Yeah, no. If you're squeamish, don't look it up.
I told you!
One problem, I'm not squeamish.
Hard for me to see where I'm even supposed to stand. There's just so many baddies everywhere.
As long as you're not standing in the cones, you should be fine.
Trying not to.
Yeah. Like, I don't think you are. It's just the natural damage going out that you're getting.
Yeah. These first few pulls of this area are also particularly big. Cyberpunk covered some really cool concepts of body modification where it's not to try to look natural, but to embrace the unique, weird, and unnatural. I agree. I liked that about that game. They really went out of their way to show that our concepts of what we consider human and natural are really just constructs and don't have to be that way necessarily. And maybe in the future won't be.
I remember seeing a video about this one technique that people have been doing to dye their irises.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like a dye injection. Well, I actually found out there's a few different things that people do. Like there is... Okay, yeah. But yeah, there's the thing that they do for people who have issues where the iris has like gone away, or it didn't develop properly, or it's disappearing for whatever medical reason.
Oh wow.
And they actually have like a iris implant that you can do to color, that you can technically do, and for non actual medical reasons.
Mhm.
But it's very, very costly, so there's that problem. And then the way a lot of people have been doing it, where you literally just inject dye directly into your like iris muscles, but it tends to look very flat and does not look natural at all. Like you know those contacts, the solid color contacts that they usually sell at like costume stores?
Yeah.
It ends up looking like that.
That level of fake. Yeah.
Yeah, and that can be like $5,000 or $6,000.
Wow.
Like I remember because I saw this video on YouTube of this one woman who went to, I think, South Africa or somewhere to get this dye done. She has like the black brown eyes where you can't really see her iris.
Mhm.
And she wanted to color her eyes maroon, like a kind of reddish brown.
Okay.
And somehow, like they ordered the dye. They said, "Oh, it'll look different once we inject it." Which, with the way those dyes work, it's like, no. And the woman ended up having grayish green colored eyes instead of the like warmish reddish brown that she wanted.
That sounds kind of neat and exotic, unless that's not what you wanted in the first place, in which case that really sucks.
Yeah, she did not want that color. It's like they did the one eye, they showed her, it's like, oh yeah, this isn't the color you wanted. And she's like so upset. And it's just like, well, we can't undo it. You're stuck with this.
Yeah.
So she let them do the other eye, and she was really upset for a while, but I think she's finally, or last I checked, I think they said she was kind of starting to actually like it. Because, like, it's like I said, she had green grayish color, and it looks pretty. But, yeah, I think if she had gotten the brown color she wanted, it may have looked at least a little more natural than it ended up looking.
Eyelid lifts are sometimes a huge benefit medically too. How does that work? I don't think I know anything about eyelid lifts.
I know in Korea they're really popular because, well, you probably do know, like, they consider having, like, the fold not quite so attractive.
Yeah.
So they'll have people go in and they'll just trim a little bit of the skin, like, just take the excess skin off so that you have the one smooth eyelid. But yeah, Lyco said a lot of things.
Poor birds. Listen, Stuart, these birds would sell you to kidnappers if they could. They just can't.
Would turn you into them.
They can't reach you. Yeah, they'd probably actually turn you into one of them. That's more legitimate to the lore.
Yeah.
I briefly talked to Lady Nico about dyeing hair a while back because I don't like needles. Oh, sorry. I misread two things. That was really weird. What's the word I'm looking for? Cross-pollination there.
Yeah.
Because I was a bit interested, didn't commit because chaos happened IRL. Oh, sorry to hear. Hopefully less chaos these days. Unless it's the kind of chaos you invite into your life.
Yeah.
In which case, I hope you enjoyed that kind of chaos. I don't like piercings, but that's because I don't like needles, and it casually pushing pins and shit into your skin just freaks me out. it moves surprisingly quick as somebody who has a couple, right? It does not. It's such a small portion of your total life that you don't have almost any memory of it after it happens. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Like, I'm terrified of needles, but I have 3 piercings in my ears, and I have a 3-inch tall and 7-inch wide tattoo on my back.
Yeah.
But I hyperventilate and panic whenever I have to get shots or vaccines.
Right. I think it's kind of different too when you know that the goal is something that completes a version of you that you are working towards versus just like maintaining a level of health. They sort of hit differently when you're in the moment.
Yeah.
If you have to do it versus like you elected to do it, that's gonna change the way it feels when you're there in the moment.
Though the biggest thing I will say for people who want to get piercings, don't go to the mall, don't go to the Claire's boutique, don't do any of that shit.
Yeah.
Go to an actual tattoo parlor and make sure it is a reputable one.
Yeah. Anywhere you can go where there's somebody who's actually using sterilized good equipment and is not using a piercing gun, don't use it. Don't let them use a piercing gun on your body.
Yeah. Because I can tell you, I was traumatized when I was a kid by a piercing gun. I was 5 years old. I wanted to get my ears pierced. Mom took me to the mall. They did, like, I panicked. I'm like, no, I want to put ice on my ears. I held ice on my ears for 10 minutes. They did the one ear. I was sobbing and crying. And my mom's like, well, they have to do the other one. I'm like, no, it hurt.
Oh, no.
And then she's like, well, if it hurt, then we'll take that one out. I'm like, no!
All bad outcomes.
Yep.
I thought up one of my answers to the topic that would be pretty relatable. I pretended to be bi at first because it was more socially acceptable than being gay. Interesting how the tables have turned a little bit on that too, right? Because I feel like there's or I don't know about 2024, but there was a while where I had some bi friends who received flack for not like picking a lane, which is like the most othering experience that you could be told when you've literally found, you know, your truth, for somebody to say, no, your truth doesn't fit our narrative or what we're trying to push here, and you're making LGBT look bad because you're making it look like it's more of a choice than that you're born this way, and so pick something. It's just it's very cruel, I think. But interesting so for you, bi actually made sense sociologically. The result, people believed me, which eased up some aspects of the process, but I also kept getting very uncomfortable attention from people with no chance. Aw. It's so sad.
What are you talking to me?
Huh?
What was that?
Uh-oh. Stepping
What are you
in.
talking to me?
Is that supposed to be Kermit?
Huh?
Hornet bee frog here. Oh, no, that was a shitty impression.
I thought it was pretty good.
Part of it is like I got my headphones fully covering my ears, so I can't hear myself so clearly.
Gotcha.
You fucking jagger.
And it was because I had been dishonest. Yeah, I could see that being problematic. Eyelid lifts can be used for people who have saggy over eyelids and expand people's Field of vision. I did not know. I had no idea that was even a thing. Interesting.
Backing him up.
Eyelid lift surgery. Do you know anything about this topic? I'm learning about it for the first time, really.
It's like, the actual vision thing I know, like some people, especially if they already had like double eyelids, their eyes can get even saggier to the point like the bloodhound dogs where their eyelids literally sag over their eyes so that they have a harder time seeing.
Yeah.
So some people might want that surgery to just get their eyelids out of their eyes so they can actually see.
Sure.
But yeah, I know especially for younger people, they really like doing that because they'll, oh, well, I have a double eyelid. I don't like it. I want to give myself like a single, like just eyelid type deal.
Yeah.
And then of course it's extremely popular in Asian countries from what I know.
Right. Sort of makes your eyes look a little more on the Western side of things. If that's what your interest is. Some of the instances where it's helpful, the sagging has covered a good range of their vision, so it doesn't just help with seeing, but depth perception and lateral vision, which improve everything from balance to reaction time and awareness. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe make you better at anything that you need to be good at, you know. There aren't too many things where I think reaction time is incredibly critical. I suppose stuff like driving, we still have some high buy-in things that we do with our lives.
Yeah, I was not aware of the other benefits of the eyelid surgery, so I learned something new.
Yeah. Liko says, I mean, putting piercings in daily? You don't feel anything when you put piercings in.
Yeah, like all you'll feel is a slight like wiggling from like putting the needle or putting the actual like earring post into your ear. It really doesn't feel that bad unless you've taken your earrings out and you haven't put them in for a while.
Yeah, that's true.
Like especially if you like they're still fairly new piercing, because it will close up if you do take your piercing out and leave it out for too long. So that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Likos, you strike me as the sort of person that would take good care and be meticulous about your health. So I don't see that being an issue for you. It's really about people who don't pay good enough attention, don't follow their own rule sets or instructions that they need for best health and maintenance, that they might suffer some sort of weird effects about, you know, things healing the wrong way or causing hurt over time. But for most people, I mean, it's a pretty simple instruction set to make sure that your piercings aren't weird or hurt or close up.
Yeah. My personal experience with piercing, like when you do get a new piercing, they suggest that you very gently rotate it just so it doesn't really fuse to your skin. They also give you a
That's another thing. I'm right as the mail.
Yeah, they'll also give you like a cleaner just to make sure that while it's still an open wound, that it's not getting infected. Just
Right.
make sure you use the cleaner. And if you do get piercings in places where you have cartilage, just keep in mind that it is fairly normal for the cartilage to sometimes bubble up or make like a little lump where you got the piercing at. It does generally tend to go away after a week or two, though.
Right. It's just your body saying, we don't normally do this sort of thing, do we?
Honestly debated on going in and getting some more cartilage piercings on my ears.
Interesting.
Yeah. I got my earlobes.
I'm saving the game, I promise. When we kill this boss, the game will save. Maybe.
know for me, I have 2 piercings in my earlobes. And then I also have 1 on my right side ear's cartilage about midway up the ear piece.
Okay.
Considering putting maybe another hole or 2 on the same side, or maybe just putting 2 on the other side to even out. So 6 piercings total, 3 in each ear. Maybe.
I say do it if it brings you joy.
Yeah.
I might get a piercing eventually. They're kind of neat. I mean, I'm in the camp, so I agree. My arm got really sore from this year's Moderna COVID vaccine. That's a pretty different kind of piercing though, right?
Yeah.
You got something inside of you as a result. But yeah, I've heard a lot of people this year had big adverse reactions to the vaccine. But, you know, you either have an adverse reaction to the vaccine, which takes you a couple days to get over and it sucks, but then it's done, or you get an unvaccinated dose of COVID, which I don't know what that's like. I did not. I've only had COVID once and I had it vaccinated, so I have no idea what unvaccinated COVID's like, but from what I've heard from other people, it's probably not preferential. If I ever get a piercing, I'm dragging along my mate who's gotten several piercings since I met her. Always great to do it with a friend, have somebody there for moral support. There's usually some sort of a wait time or a prep time, so just having somebody to chat with and just, you know, having encouragement. It's kind of nice. Akumu says, I can't find my Benadryl stick. What's a Benadryl stick? I'm thinking like a glue stick that you like lick and you get a dose of Benadryl, but I'm sure it's not that. Liko says, my entire life is pretending to be someone I'm not, so I can't specifically contribute in any real contribute, sorry, in any real way. Can we talk about how your entire life is pretending? Being autistic in society is constantly monitoring yourself to be who society wants and not yourself. I mean, do you have to? You could just say, yo, I'm autistic. You know, pass a card out like they do in the Joker movie. Just be like, look, here's my diagnosis. Deal with it. Whoops. I am definitely not on stance. My bad.
Fine.
Nobody died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can pretty much out heal almost anything.
In this roulette, probably, certainly. I'm just trying to remember how to be best tank, which is generally put tank stance on at the beginning. Tro says Lady Nico's dead on. Usually.
I like to research, and I poke about random stuff.
IRL, I still pretend to be a cis straight man. Why? Unless I'm with the homies. Because unfortunately, the few times I expressed otherwise, it ended poorly. What happens in your area when you do not don the visage of a cishet lifestyle? Just curious. I know things in Australia are different in the US, and I know even in the US, it's hard to say, like, this is how things are in the US because we're, you know, a federation of many different states. We're not exclusively one distinct society, and I'm sure that's probably the same in Australia. There's nothing to say that one specific area is going to match everywhere else. Or even from, you know, neighborhood to neighborhood, for that matter.
I'm honestly trying to rack my brain to think of an instance for the discourse topic.
If it comes to you, that's fine. If not, you can enjoy other people's stories.
Yeah.
Feeling on putting the piercing in daily doesn't matter. The thought weirds me out. With needles, I got no issue with actual pain. It's all the psychology of needles that fucks me. Interesting. Interesting. The idea of something entering my body creeps me out and makes me super squeamish. Maybe piercings aren't for you then, frankly. That could be. I used to have 13 piercings, says Troa. That's a lot. I've never had a wish list that big. That's interesting. I have 4 left, but I may get 2 on my right eyebrow back. I've considered having the double eyebrow piercing on one eyebrow, but I don't know. I'm rocking the one piercing style there, and so far it's kept me satisfied, so I haven't really put that on my wish list. I think I'd rather have ink to save up for next on my wish list than anything involving another piercing. Toady says, nothing major happened, just my interactions felt very forced and uncomfortable. You mean when you were being authentic with yourself, they were uncomfortable? Or that you you feel... I'll let you answer that question. Liko says, I do have to hide some of my hobbies because people are insanely weird about them, like me being in Star Citizen. Why would anybody have any weigh in on your hobbies? People used to do way more autistic hobbies back in the day. I think being in Star Citizen is way less autistic than, say, stamp collecting. And that was so normalized. You could say you were a stamp collector in a mixed group of people and nobody, well, I mean, they didn't even had linguistics to explain autism back then. It was just something that people did and nobody batted an eyelash. The general gaming community follows articles that have more misinformation than you see in media covering politics on the project. There's politics involving Star Citizen. Can you tell me more about that? For a while, I kept having friends DMing me, trying to convince me I'm part of a cult and got scammed and all sorts of weird shit. Interesting. There's apparently an iceberg here with Star Citizen. You ever feel like who you're chatting with is silently judging? Yes, but only with the toxic family members that we have here. Yeah.
I grew up. Okay, I have one, and it's not really anything. Because, well, most of y'all know my background because I've talked about it a bit, but because people are always so fake and play games with me, I'm always very direct. I don't try to pretend I'm something I'm not.
Sure.
So my only example I can really think of is going into VR chat, I would put on a fake accent and pretend like I was British. And since I've actually been to Britain and I know some of the slang, I think I got away with it, so I don't know. But nah, that's the only thing I can think of, really.
Related to that, I haven't had this experience personally, but I have had friends who are big into French culture and have gone to France multiple times and speak the language without any big errors that would say that they're foreign or anything like that. But that said, somebody who is from France can always tell if somebody's not native born, no matter how great you get at the language. And so these few friends of mine that appreciate the culture and want to be there and want to be left alone and not judged for being American have adopted the stance of pretending that they're Canadian. Because the one thing that...
What's wrong, Doug? Nothing, nothing.
Thank you, Toady. The one thing that French can't do is determine why your accent is bad. They just know, like, hey, you're not from here. And as long as you have a good story as to why you're not American, they go, oh, okay, well, as long as you're not American, anything else is okay.
Yeah. I remember Preach. Like, I don't know if you watch Preach at all.
No.
He does Drama Fridays, or at least he used to all the time. So, like, people would send in their stories from World of Warcraft or other little things that happened. And on the topic of your discourse for tonight, there was this dude from the UK who had this girl that he really, really liked. And she apparently was obsessed with Australian men.
Okay.
So this guy decided he was going to go out there and be the most stereotypical Australian jackass that he could be. Like, coming in there with like the, "G'day, mate! Yeah, me and my friends went down the street. We got some shrimps from the barbecue, or like the Barbie place."
Regular
like-
Crocodile Dundee stereotype.
Yeah, really, really badly. Which was going fine, and everyone liked him because like he was a very socially awkward person. So he thought he had to put on this act to get people to like him and to impress the girl that he liked. Well, all that was going fine and dandy. Like, the people, they really liked him. They always thought he was funny. She was even kind of flirting with him a bit. Until they got an actual Australian in their guild.
Uh-oh. And he's like, what the hell? What are you doing?
Well, he didn't do it directly like that, like what the guy did. Apparently, he's like, "Oh, hey, this guy, he's from Australia. Like, you guys are both from Australia. You guys can hang out." And he's like, "Oh, so I couldn't do fake my I couldn't just suddenly change the way I was talking, so I went all in with it. Like, g'day, mate."
Oh no.
And the guy was just like, "G'day." So then he starts asking him about where he's from, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I live here." He's like, "Well, how are you online right now?" And he's like, "Well, what do you mean?" It's like, "There's a huge storm in your area and like flooding and power outages. How are you online?"
So it wasn't even that he couldn't keep up with the facade. He just wasn't up to date with his own like secret story.
I think it was like maybe the person could tell, like, yeah, this guy's not from that area. But he just kind of let the dude expose himself.
Gotcha.
Basic questions.
Started raising the bullshit meter on him.
Yeah. Pretty much everyone got really pissed with him when they found out he was lying, that he wasn't really British. And the girl stopped speaking with him completely and ended up dating the Australian guy who joined.
Oh no. Yikes. Tony continues, "I'd rather keep the facade going than keep feeling that the silent judging." I guess. At some point, I think we have to detach ourselves from the judgments of others because they're going to happen the rest of your life. No matter what. I mean, you could be passing in every way. Passing in sexual orientation, passing in gender identity, passing in everything. And people still judge you for stupidest shit. Like your shoes or hairstyle or color of clothes, anything. You'll find that there's always somebody out there that's got something against some very normal part of you, something endemic to you, something that there's no way you could change or that you see no problem with. I think it's better than maintaining a facade to just become callous to other people's judgments because their judgments are always lame anyways. Everyone's judgments are lame.
Yep.
Lico says... Oh, go ahead.
No. You're fine.
Lico says the general gaming community eats up articles written by people who have no idea anything about the project, and they go at you over it. Star Citizen is a huge can of worms. Not worth digging into too much there. Okay, interesting. Long story short, there's an extreme amount of active brigading by not so savory parts of the internet against it. The content creator I'm friends with over this past weekend had to ban over 1,000 people coming in to try to stir shit up as he was trying to do his rebroadcast of the big yearly event they do. What the hell? Why do so many people care about this one game? There's a subreddit dedicated to trying to spread misinformation to cause the company to fail. Multiple forums dedicated to trying to dox and harass developers involved in the project. And if a larger outside content creator tries to say anything positive, people mass report to automated ban them from streaming platforms and YouTube. But why? Where's the motivation? Why would people do that so much against this one game?
Is Star Citizen the Bethesda game that they came out with?
That's what I'm
Or is
thinking.
that something else?
But I can't remember. Yeah, I remember there was a like a single player sci-fi game from Bethesda. Oh, it's not
like
that.
you said, something separate. Okay.
It's a long story. All right, doesn't have to be here in stream. But sorry to hear. That's crazy. Akubu sent me a picture of the Benadryl stick, by the way. Apparently you don't like lick it like you would a glue stick. Not that you're supposed to lick glue sticks either. But you just you put it on your skin, I guess, so, as I understand it. Star Citizen was the single largest crowd-funded game ever, been in development for way too long. If it's so crowd-funded, then where are all the people who paid for the game to exist? Why aren't they stepping in to defend it?
Wait a minute. Is Star Citizen the game where it's literally an AR interaction with the actual world or something? Because if it's what I think it is, I think I know why it's being brigaded against.
Cost over 700 million USD so far across creating a custom game engine. I mean, creating a game engine right there, yeah. Single player game and multiplayer MMO. Crazy.
Okay, it's not the one I'm thinking of then.
Okay, you're thinking of Earth 2.
Yes.
Lycos supposes.
Oh, no, it's Earth 2. You can look into it. It's pretty damn funny, actually.
Okay, what's the controversy there?
It's a game that claims it's going to be like a completely, like, it is the Earth literally recreated in a game.
Okay.
And there was so many big promises they made, and it's been in development for fucking forever, and they have nothing to show for it.
It sounds like vaporware. Like, give us all your crowd funds, and then, you know, we'll spend them up and give you little trickles of things that are never going to come to pass. It can give some stuff to see what it is, but there's a huge rabbit hole to go into for it. Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard some weird conspiracy theories these days, but nothing involving a game people are trying to actively shut everybody down from even talking about, or any positivity coming through. Biggest... oh, go ahead.
I remember a game that was getting a lot of shit, and the developers of the game were extremely toxic. Anybody ever hear of the game called Validate?
No. Haven't heard of that one.
Oh. TLDR is it is a dating game that's supposed to be like for like millennials / Gen Zers. And it's pretty much a bunch of just dysfunctional people and characters. Like, to give an example, they have a person who is a wedding counselor who does not believe in marriage. There is one person whose literal personal quote for the characters is, "Oh God, fuck white people."
Okay.
Like, just a bunch of really racist stuff. Like, the developers of the game did not want to put any white people in the game, even though they claim, "Oh, this is an all-inclusive game."
Yeah.
They also had it to where each character in the game was drawn by a different artist in a different style, so none of it meshed together, none of it looked well, and the writing was literally something that you would probably find on Wattpad. Oh no. You know the reference.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I don't think so. I remember looking at their shit, and I tried saying something to the developers, like, "Wow, this is really like, okay, if you want to have your game a certain way, fine, but this is kind of racist."
Yeah.
They mocked me and like, "Oh, poor baby, angry little white person," and then they blocked me. I remember when they were still in Kickstarter phase, they put it as if they hit, I think 880,000 or I don't remember what the price was, but if they hit their top goal, they put, "We will add a white person to the game with a crying face."
Wow.
And then they put one after that said, "Hey, if we hit this goal, we'll kill the white person off."
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty racist.
Yeah. I remember people playing through the game and they're like, "Oh my god, kill me. Why? This dialogue. What the heck is this dialogue? This is so painful." I remember I saw people playing it back around when it was supposed to come out, and apparently they kind of cleaned it up a little bit, but not much.
Mm.
Yeah, and then the white person they did add to the game was a gay Italian guy.
Okay. I feel like if you're going to do something like that and make them sad and deliberately a target, if you start adding more vectors, like exactly what country they're from or exactly what orientation they have, then it feels like a real isolated attack, like an actual attack. Then it's much more, we don't like white people, and even more like, and specifically Italians and specifically gays. Like, okay, why? What is your battleground here? What are you trying to do?
Well, you remember the whole, well, historical things about like Italians and like all of that. Like they weren't always considered white.
Right. Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
know the Moorish invasion of the Mediterranean, so, you know,
Yeah.
obviously there's a difference between what people think of Mediterranean white versus Northern European white.
Yeah. Oh, I included the Steam link of the game.
Oh, okay. Struggling singles in your area. It's way too long to watch on stream, though I've been eating up reactions of people watching it who don't know the project. If we get through all of the roulettes tonight and we're still like hungry for more content, maybe we'll pull it up. Although I'll be frank, I've been having some serious issues with the reactions that we've been doing on stream. I've had to cut a number of them completely out of YouTube VODs, or I've had to mute or selectively mute some of the audio just to make monetization a real thing on stream. A lot of that is because when we hit the final AdSense goal, a lot of videos were already backlogged on my channel, and some of them, you know, basically all the way back for the last 10 years, I've been a YouTuber. So this also includes stuff before my hiatus that was getting looked at a second time for monetization stringency under new rule sets that weren't there before when I was under YouTube. So I've done a lot of like backlog editing as well to try to make things happen. But I've definitely noticed that pretty much any time I put any sort of reaction video up, somebody's got a copyright claim on it. I've also noticed that there are a number of distro companies that will copyright claim anything just because one of their clients happens to be the owner of that video, and the client isn't doing the content claim. It's their distro company, like DistroKid or Believe Music or whatever else. It's all completely automated, and some of them I feel are illegitimate. So I've done a couple. What's the word I'm looking for? Appeals. In the hopes that I don't get an actual copyright strike, and just to see where that takes me. And I've only done that in cases of where it looks like the person making the claim shouldn't actually own any rights whatsoever. So I'm just testing the waters and seeing how everything goes. But it does make me a little more squeamish to put reaction stuff online, which is, it's unfortunate. We shouldn't be censoring what sort of things we're able to pull up and take a look at and have some sort of critical response to. We should be free to do that. So I'm considering, depending on how revenue goes for the remainder of the year, taking the monetization dings anyway. And if something gets demonetized by our choices to be more critical and more open about content, I'd rather be punished financially than take the censorship, if you know what I mean.
I know some things people have done is like they've put filters over videos in order to like cover it up, make it a little harder to like claim against, or like even some videos just like muting the sound for the actual VOD or the uploaded YouTube video.
Yeah. Might have to go that route.
It's like I think that's what Nico does. Like he'll put like he can tell you what he did, but he's got it where the sound or videos that he or music he'll listen to is on a different sound
Yep.
channel, so that he can just clip that completely out of videos.
Yeah, I have that set up for Spotify for Twitch, but I haven't done all of that configuration for YouTube. Even though it's been almost a year that we've done live streaming on YouTube, I just haven't sat down and done that sort of extra security pass on that platform. And that's really the big contender. I'm not getting flagged on anything from Twitch or Kick or Instagram. All of that is moving fine. And I am finding that Instagram's killing me at one hour in. But I think I know what's going on, and I think after tonight's stream, I'll know how to fix that. I just need to make myself a little note to actually fix it.
Yeah. It's like the big thing too with a lot of the YouTube stuff is like there's people abusing copyrights and that shit. Like a prime example, the Quantum TV crap, just flinging like copyright strikes at people just for even briefly mentioning him, and then YouTube doesn't exactly monitor that stuff very well either.
No, they'll just they'll let it go Wild West and let it be between the two parties.
Yeah.
I just love how he decides to wear gold armor.
He's Super Saiyan.
Yeah, but gold, it's a really soft metal. It's not a good armor.
No, there are other yellow metals out there.
I don't know too many yellow metals that are going to be stronger than silver metals, though.
Oh, bronze.
Bronze wouldn't be this color, I don't think.
Maybe depends. Well, I'd have to look it up for sure, though. But I think depending how it's treated.
Yeah. Liko says, considering I've seen lots of content creators checking out SC videos like this, I'm very confident these aren't demonetized. Okay. The content creator I'm friends with has his up on his channel is making revenue off of it. All right. Do a second channel, Damien Reacts. I do intend on creating one or two more YouTube channels just because I'm seeing that that's sort of the meta and the business model. It's just a matter of finding the time and wherewithal to do that. Once I get to the point where this is more of a full-time endeavor for me, it will make a lot more sense. I'll have a lot more resources to do the things that make this more of a full endeavor. But right now, I have such a long laundry list of things that kind of need to get done that I don't know how to get done. Just because of time constraints. I'm trying to, also still be a parent, and for now also doing wage earning sort of work. But I feel like we're actually on the cusp of all of that changing. I haven't talked a lot about personal financials as far as content creation goes, but for being as small time as this stream is, I mean, we're just over 2K in subscribers on YouTube. We're just over 300 followers on Twitch, and everything else monetary-wise besides those two is not worth speaking of. But if you just talk about those two situations, it's pretty remarkable that we're making essentially, I want to say maybe around a fifth. I'd have to look at my financials again. Around a fifth of the money required to run this household, which means the growth to meet the rest of that isn't honestly that hard to reach. It's just a matter of determination, more time, more effort put into that.
Belief in you.
And belief, yes. Well, I have the belief. I've gotten lots of strong, what's the word I'm looking for? Vouches? People seem to suggest that the sort of content that we're putting on is indicative of big streamer. It's just not doing it to big streamer numbers.
Yeah.
So the biggest thing I require is just more time and labor can be met by providing more time. Oh, I can't do my passage of arms yet. You're all just gonna have to take this face value.
Fine.
Oh, it hurts so bad too.
What hurt?
Exactly.
I just throw my shields out all day.
I even got, courtesy of Troa, eyes on the channel from somebody who has sort of a deeper knowledge of the industry, and sort of requested next steps, or like what we should be focusing our endeavors toward going forward. You know, whether that's money, time, or labor, what sort of things need to happen next. And he suggested there was nothing else that needed to be done, just to stay the course.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's only a part of the picture. Staying the course also means slowly removing the claws of salary life so that there is more time to devote towards the endeavor of being a content creator, because you can't part-time it and grow. If you're not growing the hours that you put in every week, then you're not going to grow the business. And so part of that,
build your craft.
yeah, part of it requires me figuring out ways to become less of a salary man and more of a whatever the hell this is. Worst comes to worst, just screen share the first level demo on Discord. That's true. We could always do Discord streams. Ain't nobody gonna demonetize me on Discord. Random thing, if you do reactions to SC content and upload it, SC fans are rabid and starved for attention. We eat up reactions. So you're saying I should get large reaction to that? Maybe we will maybe we'll take a break between finishing Alan Wake 1 and its DLC and Alan Wake 2, and we'll do some reactions. I might even like end stream and start a new stream so that it's its own VOD, so that if it gets any sort of weird flack or gets noped out of the algorithm, it's like, well, that was just its own separate video. It doesn't affect the Alan Wake content. See, I'm already thinking like a business person here. I've seen channels with literally 10 to 15 viewers get a good 4 to 5K views on their I held the line reaction. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Well, if anybody's going to give a good critical reaction and an in-depth analysis, it's going to be this place, because it's not just my brain that works on overtime, literally all the time, sleep or no. I know it's all of your brains too. You're all very brainy people with deep minds and vast hearts. You're all deeply empathetic, which is exactly the sort of community we're trying to build here. One of big brain folks, but are also kind souls. I think there's a lot of big brain communities out there where everybody's kind of a bully, where they like to pick on people, or even pick on people's immutable characteristics. Like, oh, look at this guy's hairline, or look what he's wearing. Like, oh, what a total, fill in the blank. And I just don't abide by that sort of behavior. The only time I'll make fun of somebody's looks is in jest. I guess I'm. Oh wait, maybe that guy's tanking. we both turned on stance at the same time. I was like, wait,
I'm sitting here.
Who's gonna tank? Who's gonna tank? The warrior's gonna tank.
Like, I'm sitting here panicking. Who am I throwing Cardi on? Who am I throwing Cardi on?
I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't have intervention yet anyway, so it can't be a good off tank. And there's nothing warriors can do to be a good off tank, so Just both live our lives as though it doesn't matter at this stage of the game. He's collecting the brainy Smurfs. I am. Brainy Smurf is a good example too, because I feel like that's somebody who is nerdy but cares, as opposed to many nerds in pop culture that are far less empathetic.
Yeah.
Usually nerddom is paired with sort of ambivalence toward humanity and more concern for data or like just being right. I don't remember having to turn away from this guy so much.
We are burning his ass.
We are.
proverbially.
If only you could just skip the other knights if you DPS'd him down fast enough. But he's already stopped actually receiving damage. He's just going through a script now at this point. Warrior can't be a good off tank. Warrior doesn't have things that make off tanking helpful, if that makes sense. At least as far as I've gone, I haven't done the 90 to 100 gameplay yet. But everything that I have played as far as Warrior goes, it doesn't provide a benefit to the tank or to the rest of the group to be a warrior who's not tanking. Whereas Paladin has an ability called Intervention that allows you to help whoever's main tank receive less damage when you activate it. You basically take your Sheltron, your job gauge, and instead of providing it to just yourself, you can provide it to somebody else. You can also cover other people as an off tank, which will allow you to take the damage for somebody else when you're capable of doing so. The other tank classes all have a sort of like group defend that Paladin also already has, so I'm not speaking of that one. Like every single tank class has the same ability. This is me speaking from a Omni class player. I play everything and I try to understand the purpose for everything existing and compare and contrast the different skill sets. So Paladin has one called Divine Veil. That's one I'm looking at right now. Create a barrier around self and all party members near you that absorb damage equivalent to 10% of your max health. That exists for all the tanks. That's not specific to Paladin. So I wouldn't say that's Paladin boon, but it's also not a boon for any of the other jobs either. That makes Paladin the best off tank, and they still do reasonable regular tanking too, which would make me create the argument that Paladin is the best tank period in the game. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk. Minus 50, dude. Oh, then your tank, your warrior basically just does DPS at that point. At 50, because of the way that they, with every new expansion, stretch out the existing skill sets, at 50, nobody has a very interesting kit, in my opinion.
It's so boring until you hit like 70 or 80 for
Yeah.
most jobs.
When 50 was max, they wanted you to have the most interesting rotation that they could think of at the time. When 60 became the max, 50 became a little less interesting. When 70 hit the max, and as they introduced new jobs, they started to take things away from existing jobs as well. When Gunbreaker was introduced, interesting components of the Paladin job were removed and given to Gunbreaker, so Gunbreaker could entice people to buy the expansion. And then they did the same thing with Sage, pulling things especially from Astrologian to make Sage interesting. And that's just the life cycle of this game. So with each new expansion, any new job is going to remove some of the intrigue from existing jobs, and any new level cap is going to remove some of the intrigue from earlier level caps.
Hey!
I love this fight. I love the Phantom Train. I loved the Phantom Train in Final Fantasy VI. It was very iconic. And I'm just, it's the bee's knees. It's one of my favorite fights in this entire game.
The other tank also has jokes.
Yeah. And this is probably somebody's first. Somebody's watching the cutscene.
Kira.
And they're a Sprout too.
Always a good time.
Yeah. One of my favorite components about this fight in the original game that you see it in, Final Fantasy VI, there's a character that does Street Fighter moves, basically. The same sort of things. One of those moves lets you grab any enemy and perform a suplex. So you grab them, you jump in the air, and you smush them to the ground, like big bad boy wrestler move. And you can do this to the train, and the train is one of the largest sprites in the entire game. So you watch your character take this absolutely ridiculously large
You're my dad. Boogie, woogie, woogie.
train and lift it. It's very silly.
Yeah.
Hi, Raiders. Nobody warned me. I told you I couldn't hear anything coming through the sound. I have no audio again, thanks to Windows 11. Hi, everybody. How we all doing, Raiders? Oz, how is Strem?
Aww. Now I have double vision.
Hello, boys and girls and everything in between. I'm back. Welcome back, Sketchy.
Ali.
Hey D, this is me warning you that you have a raid incoming.
Oh. Thanks, Pad Paraja, for the timeliness of your alarm. Garnet's about to be in trouble. I don't remember any of her actual quotes, but... Oh my.
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember Pad Parasha quotes either.
She was such a blip in the main storyline, but what an iconically weird character.
Yeah.
Welcome back in again, Sketchy. Phantom Train is where I hold my most proud parse in Final Fantasy XIV. My coveted lowest damage in the world White Mage run, where I didn't attack even once. Wow. Probably made some folks mad. Hey, Stuart. Apparently there was a new DLC for Alan Wake 2 released yesterday. I know. Liko said if I didn't want to be spoiled, then I'm not allowed to watch his channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make a friend, everybody.
I love this part. Stuart, how is the stream of Resident Evil 4 VR remake? That's a mouthful to say. Stuart recently streamed an almost all knives run which I thought was going to be a challenge run, but it turns out when he's all knives, he just does crazy Ginzu damage and just chops like some sort of a food processor. It was kind of silly to watch, but at the same time, looked like it was probably a good workout, right? All right, I'm leaving.
You go.
Get that ghost in the light.
They did not get the ghost in the light.
Womp womp. Well, we won anyway.
Yay!
I ended up not streaming it yet, so waiting for my cough to lessen a little more. Okay. I don't blame you for not wanting to stream with a cough. Reaver knife is hella broken. Tiring, played for about 2 hours and was drenched in sweat by the end. Oh yeah, well, especially where you live. I'm sure it's achingly hot to then do all that Ginzu action. In the game itself, the knife is really weak because of attack speed and likelihood of getting bodied. Okay, so is that specific to VR? Because you can just move the knives as fast as you can move your body? I'm not sure why it becomes such an amazing weapon. It's only like 35 seat. No, thank you. No, thank you. I thrive around 20. 35 is where I die. Sure, thank you for the lurk. Lady Nico, do you hear the lurk alerts too?
Oh, yes. I very, very clearly hear them.
Good. Sorry if they're a little bit on the loud side, but for the longest time I did not have alerts, and then people would continue to talk in VC, and I'd feel so bad because nobody could hear you.
Yeah.
It was just an inferior experience.
It's fine.
Now,
It's fine.
now everybody's on the same page, and you know exactly where the show is, without having to be monitoring it, and it would be delayed anyways, even if you were. You too. You too. Everybody hug.
Yes. It's the old version of this one.
I don't remember what has changed.
Nothing super over the top, but just like the way the last fight goes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I know the ending changed quite a bit. I do kind of miss the original fight. I felt had more nuance.
It felt like an actual dance. Like, okay, this is happening. You gotta move. You gotta move. You gotta move. It's like Black Mage's worst nightmare of a fight, but
Fair.
there was a flow to it, and it made sense.
Yeah. There's still some movement involved. You have to watch the sides a little bit, but it's not the same.
Yeah. Ein Honda.
Knife being good is specific to VR. Oh, okay. They didn't limit attacks only to landing as often as they would in game. They just let it be every time you physically swing. That seems really OP. Because you can just swing those paddles as fast as you can move your hands then, right? That seems kind of silly. Speaking of having to dance around. You can get in like 30 knife hits in the span of a single knife hit in the original game. Yeah, that seems a little silly to me. There are some enemies the knife isn't great for, but also dual wielding knives and aiming for the head. After doing the knives only run, I did feel it made talking while playing hard. Yeah, I mean, if your body is shaking because you're moving your hands so fast. It seems like it would be hard to integrate talking to chat and being sociable. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm doing flash dance while streaming at the same time.
You guys are fine. You're fine.
Might do a hard mode playthrough instead and just mess around fulfilling silly requests. Okay. There's probably some silly stuff that the community knows about the game, right? Oh, he's so close. Boop. Nice. Maybe a left hand only run. That's silly. I'm semi-ambidextrous, but I do prefer the right hand.
I am a left, well, ambidextrous, but prefer my left.
I think a lot of lefties just learn to be somewhat ambidextrous because there's some ways in which the world benefits knowing how to do things with your right hand. I remember when I was a kid, the first elementary school I went to had left-handed scissors that were really dull. Why were they so dull? But like all the other kids had sharper scissors. Not that you needed sharp scissors in school for everything, but sometimes when you're trying to do a little art project or whatever, it's kind of annoying to not be able to cut paper like the other kids.
Because they weren't allowed to beat your wrists with rulers anymore, so they had to find some way to try to deter you.
Maybe. It was weird. So I learned how to cut scissors. I learned how to use right-handed scissors to cut just because I wanted the better scissor experience.
Take the right-hand scissors and still use them with my left hand. I figured out how to do it, and people look at me like, that's so weird. Why are you using them with that hand? I'm like, because I'm a lefty.
Yeah.
They're like, so why don't you use the left-hand scissors? There's none. And then they're like, well, yeah, there is. And I'm like, I hold up them, and it's like they're almost like completely broken.
Yeah.
Like, the screw is holding the two halves together, but it's like literally like flinging like one of those like little pocket knives where the blade flings everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, yeah, you want me to cut with this?
I wish the signifier would move. So annoying. My least favorite part of this entire dungeon are the signifiers. Standing alone, all by themselves.
They're like the cast, yeah, they're like the black mages. Of course they're not gonna move.
Yeah. But my deeps.
My uptime!
Whoops. Moved too fast.
It's like some things like the more like general like blunt type of work I do most of that with my right, so like bowling.
Yeah.
But like things that are more intricate, left hand's more refined for it.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel like I've spent more time in my life producing like a muscle set that prefers the right arm for like throwing and big moves.
Mm-hmm.
But my left hand's the refined hand. I don't know how that happened, why I decided that my right arm would be my power arm.
I don't remember trying to be deterred from using my left hand at all either.
I had the luck that even though I went to a very fundamentalist religious elementary as my first school, the principal was left-handed. So I think I probably earned a little bit of respite thanks to his understanding. Otherwise, maybe I would be affected. And tell me to take that demon out of my hands. Oh no, I'm in the whole... oh. Did they nerf the burn? I think I remember that burn doing significant damage in the past.
It was dangerous, yes.
Yeah. I feel like if you got caught in it and you weren't careful, walking through it would be really devastating, but it took so little damage just then.
Hi.
I mean, some of that might be you. Some of that might be tank privilege. I don't know.
Yeah. But no, you're right. It did deal a lot more damage.
Yeah, kind of figured. By the way, the new Tomb Raider anime is pretty good if you like the franchise and Chinese mythology. As somebody who speaks semi-fluent Mandarin, I can't say I know a lot about Chinese mythology, and I probably know even less about Tomb Raider. Sorry to say. I've never played a Tomb Raider game. I don't even know if there's a nostalgia to that, if it would make it worthwhile to stream online, or if people just think it's not that interesting to play those games.
I know I've seen a lot of people complaining about she's too buff and she looks too masculine or some shit.
I mean, have you seen the way she can just hoist herself up a cliffside? I think she needs to be buff.
Oh yeah, like people being weird, like, oh, her chin is too manly now. It's like,
Okay.
what are you talking about? Her chin's too manly.
Chins are chins.
Exactly.
I don't think there's such a thing as a manly chin. Some people have crazy heroic butt chins, and that's completely unrelated to whether you're man, woman, or otherwise. And I know you all know what I'm talking about. Just like that heroic jutting forward, big cleft down the middle. I've seen that. That's definitely not a masculine thing only.
Let's see. I think I remember where the save spot was, and I think it still works.
When people burn you enough, you get numb to it. True. You watched my lore stream, right? No, I don't think I talked about my emotional reactions to a lot of my life's craziness, but I've had enough burning moments. I would say getting burned by people has just taught me to be very wary. It hasn't made me numb, but it's made me want to use their tactics. Not to become like them, not that at all, but really just as a protective measure, to be more political, to be more manipulative, but only for the sake of protection of my family and to make sure that I don't get victimized again. Besides that, I don't think I would ever be political as a person. I want to always take people at face value. I always want to assume positive intent. Not the sort of person that wants to play games and double talk and have entendres and read into what people aren't saying. I just have learned that because of the awful people I've met. Yeah, I feel like this part used to be a lot more nuanced and take a lot longer. And now it's unfortunately all too fast and all too lacking nuance. And doesn't do much damage either. I also felt like there's a high damage threat in this part of the fight.
It wasn't necessarily high damage. It was just taking little pecks and pecks and pecks if you did not stand where you were supposed to be.
Yeah, I guess more not that it was a heal check so much as it was a, if you didn't get yourself out of the fire, you really felt a big sting, and now the sting is kind of not so much there. Oh right, my bad.
Wow.
I forgot it was a multi-attack. Trains you for the later Midgard Zormer fight, where you do the same thing anytime that there's a stack. It's a multi-attack. That's one thing that I appreciate. Part of the reason why they redid some of these earlier fights was because they were trying to train you with mechanics they'd show later. And I've always been an advocate of that. Give us an idea of what we're going to face later on in the game, and don't just keep springing new stuff on us unless that's sort of the idea. Like when we streamed Still Wakes the Deep a couple months ago. That's a horror game where you shouldn't feel like you ever learn or get better at anything in the game. So the fact that they keep changing the mechanics on you makes sense. You never feel like you're getting acumen down. And it's horror. You shouldn't feel like you're getting better. Whereas in MMO, everything you learn should feel cumulative. So as you get stronger and become more of the big damn hero of this universe, you should feel like you've learned stuff from previous fights that applies to later fights. Oh, we're fighting Midgard Zormer again? Okay, what's he going to do that we've already seen before? If we're doing frontline, maybe I want to... Oh, it's fine. I'll stay Paladin. We're already registered. Not a big deal. But I'm not going to stay Paladin in there. I only have one job ready for frontline. I know that's pathetic, but I don't PvP very much. So
I had like White Mage and Astrologian and Summoner and Red Mage set. Now all I have is like my Summoner and Red Mage.
yeah,
I'm just like, fuck healing and PvP. I'm not doing it.
I used to have 3 jobs ready. Now I just have 1, but I'll eventually get back to it again. Stuart adds, the reboots are pretty good. She starts off a tough but innocent girl trying to survive on a hostile island and has a good arc where she becomes a badass who doesn't let anything stop her. Okay. She almost pukes the first time she has to kill someone, but by the end, it's done so... It's so done with it, she's gone full Rambo. I don't know if that's necessarily a good trait, but I understand what you mean. I mean, for an action hero, you probably want them to have some sort of ability to remorselessly shoot the baddies.
I'm like, not everybody is a lean, mean killing machine right at the start.
Yeah. I appreciate a story where you see an arc where characters develop over time, that they have some dynamism to their character dynamics.
Dynamis?
Yes. Where they employ dynamis. Oz and I have been really enjoying the Dawn Trail MSQ. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who's still working their way through it like we are. But that's definitely another streamer's content more than us to talk about Endgame Dawn Trail, especially since we're nowhere near it. But the way that the story has unfolded has been just like a really good mystery after mystery after mystery without you feeling like you're being jerked around. Sometimes a story that's just layers of onions of mystery can be too much. It gets overwhelming to just know nothing the whole time. I feel like Alan Wake 1 has so far treaded a fine line where they reveal just enough to keep you satisfied, but they are almost not. They're almost pissing you off by not telling you anything. But Dawn Trail has a lot of cool revelations, but with each revelation that's really interesting and unique on its own, you feel satisfied with that. They introduce very quickly new content that is its own mystery. And it's been very masterfully written. Written? Yeah.
Ridded.
Hey, Riel. You really liked Dawn Trail? We are in the much lightning area, having just met the very glowy girl. I'll talk in very generic terms, so if anybody doesn't know. Yeah. So we're getting to know the extremely glowy girl in the extremely lightning area, and that's been an interesting twist to the story and very out of left field. One of those things like the bunnies and Endwalker, where you're just like, oh wow, we are in a very different game than we've been all this time so far.
I
All right.
personally had nitpicks. Like, I liked the overall story, but I got nitpicks. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Liko says, I honestly did not like Dawn Trail. They tried to do too much with it, and I ended up not liking it, though the second half was far better than the first half for me. I thought the first half was interesting. Sort of, an epic saga, but not yours. Because I also feel like your character has done too much growing to show too much more on your own. It does really need to start focusing on your ability to affect other characters. You become the Paddington 2 sort of archangel archetype, where just being involved in the world is helping enrich others and their arcs start to happen. So seeing that in the character development of the Dawn Servant made sense to me, as opposed to doing anything specific to your character and your story at this point. Uh-oh. I'm getting focused. Don't like it. No. I will keep Lady Nico alive as I... Well, okay. I can only do so much.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, I saw Nico go down there, like,
Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was going to work out, but turns out it didn't. Her name is pronounced different in French versus English, which led to some confusion between my husband and I. Interesting. I've always wanted to sort of indulge in the story of Final Fantasy listening through different languages. I speak some French still, but I'm kind of losing it. And speak Japanese. My German used to be very strong, but is getting worse with time too. But just being able to like sort of listen in, gather what I can of how the localization works in different languages has always been an interest of mine.
did I escape that?
You did, because you have a pocket healer is why.
Thank you.
Do what I can.
So he used to like, I'm like bubbled. I've like got like 10% of my health, and I'm running up to healers, and I'm like, heal me, heal me, heal me, and nothing, and they just watch me come up to them and die. I'm like,
Yeah. Uh-oh, I'm charmed. Ah. And that was a clusterfuck.
well, that was fun.
Yeah. I got charmed into something and then pulled into it again as I tried to escape a second time.
I think Scholar or White Mage shit, and then Dark Knight, because, yeah.
Also, new CGI Gundam show makes Gundam seem like a horror monster in the first episode. Interesting. From the perspective of the bad guys, and only shows at the end as it arrives and annihilates them. That's pretty crazy. I don't know Gundam much, but I get the gist.
All I remember is from the original Gundam on Toonami, and just thinking, fuck Relena. Oh my god, just fuck this character. And the other half of it, Hero, 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 hero. It's like, shut the fuck up.
First half was so boring they could have connected stuff in a completely different way. It has nothing to do with it not being my story, and more so how they pieced stuff together. I think the story should have ended with the Dawn Servant stuff and stuff after something patches. Give the Dawn Servant stuff a lot more fleshing out and really explore all of that in detail. I don't know, I feel like it was pretty well explored out. As is. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just don't want to go too into an explanation of what my irks were, because you haven't finished it yet, and I don't want to color your opinion.
Fair. Hi, buddy. As is, each section was too long to be a quick stop, but too short to have any real meaning or significance beyond the occasional lore implication. I mean, if you play the way we do, which is just go through the MSQ, but I assume if you were to stop and actually do side quests and sort of get to know the deeper story of each area, not that people play that way, but I would imagine it would feel more meaningful or slower paced and engaging to the greater narrative if you were to take the time to do side questing.
Like, I pretty much stuck to the main quest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of am in line with Lycos' thinking. Maybe not specifically some of the issues he has with it, but yeah, there's things I just didn't like the pacing of. Which was my complaint about Endwalker too. Like, just there was pacing I just did not like. Oh, time to run.
I tried to get you in time.
I decided to go and say hello to the fire ant colony.
Yeah, you did.
Aw, bye. Or whoever's leaving. Is B going to bed?
Damn. Definitely not as easy as it used to be to heal.
Oh, good lord. Why does it seem like we're always on the team that is getting bullied?
We're not on the worst team.
Oh, somebody dropped.
Yep. I'm running away from Nico. I lost him.
On the stone.
PvP in this game is cute, but I definitely miss other MMOs that were sort of designed for PvP.
Yeah.
This one, it's so much of a, I don't know, it feels like a small team endeavor. Like, oh yeah, let's set a few people to create PvP, the PvP experience. Okay, here are the ideas we have, kind of like half-baked.
I mean, the game was never really built with the intent of PvP being a big feature.
Yeah. I sometimes forget how much stuff is on the screen for this game. I also have everything turned on. For the longest time, I had all this stuff turned off. and it wasn't of interest to me to see everybody else's effects. But I think with new expansions, I've been interested in seeing all the spell effects and everything that come with new jobs.
Like, I'll always at least keep it on for party. Like,
Yeah.
everybody else, fuck you.
Yeah. But it gets very, very colorful and overwhelming in big fights. I agree.
Oh yeah.
I'll
Like, the one
probably turn it
place-
back off at some point.
It's like the one place you don't want to even have your own party shit on. Fucking Eureka.
Yeah. Although it hasn't been too bad. It's only been bad when we've met those crazy groups where
Oh, like
people are pulling half the zone.
like I did it back when it was still mainstream content. It's like
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, it'll be fine. I don't have to turn my spell effects off. And boy, was I wrong.
Yeah. I don't know how you would visually track what you're supposed to see and make sense of the world.
Let's just say, like, it wasn't so much that I couldn't see what was going on, but it was the fact that my mid top end computer at the time went from having 80 to 90 frames per second
Uh-huh.
to 15 frames per second.
Wow.
It was just like, okay, yeah, no.
Yeah.
50, 60 plus people all in the screen at the same time with nameplates on and spell effects going. This ain't happening.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can heal through this. I can't heal through that. I hope my small, pathetic life is at least a proper distraction that gets other people to safety.
Oh, time to go. 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 Oh, I am fucked. Goodbye, cruel world.
Well, we went from being second worst to worst. I think we're getting into a lot of fights that are distracting everybody from actual objective hunting, though. Big part of it. That's an interesting mechanic not mechanic, but like a human psyche sort of issue that I think I've seen in every MMO that I've played, all the way back to the first MMOs I played that had massive combative, competitive content, which is you do get yourself wrapped in the idea of, I just want to kill everybody else. And the game devs know this and play with this and say, okay, well, you could do that, but we're going to reduce the worth of that particular gameplay mechanic. You can only get so much from slaughtering enemy players. So we're going to give you all these other much more interesting, much more valuable things to do. And consistently, the majority of the player base does not pay attention to those. It's more entertaining for them to spend the time attacking other players, and they don't care what the reward structure is, or they don't care about winning until they realize they've lost. Then they care about winning. Then they're like, oh, what the heck? Why is my team so bad? And then they don't realize that they're a significant part of it because they're so glued to the hunt of maybe picking off a straggler in the enemy lines, while all the big objectives get taken up by other people who are more focused.
Yeah. I was forged in the fires of Warcrack PvP,
Mhm.
i.e. the battlegrounds. I don't think that needs any explanations.
Yeah, same story there. You know, if you're focused on what you need to do, whether that's capture the flag or anything else, you can make or break the entire match if you just pay attention to what needs to be done in that particular map. If you ignore the objectives, you're guaranteed to lose.
Nope. Dear shit, I'm out. Nah! Not out. I hate Dark Knights. I hate them.
Stop attacking my dancer.
Answer?
Oh,
Hera?
somebody was going after Hera, yeah. I gotta be pocket healer Danica. Nico, survive. May my death serve your life.
I survived.
That's all I needed.
Yay!
Still absolutely a hard third, but but that means we would get the bronze if there were medals.
That ninja was blinking all over the map like a fucking light bulb.
Sus.
Hey, bitch. Got the ninja. I'm happy.
I think if the flames are uninterrupted, they're quick to win.
Damn it.
Yeah. 40 points. There they go. Well, third.
Lord, I didn't get any kills that round.
Got it calm. Oh, wait.
Oh.
I'm not ready, am I? We're the wrong jobs. I don't think Nico wants to stay, Pally. I forgot it keeps you where you were. All these people getting sweepy over here. I don't think I even have that emote. Is that a Mog station, or can you pick that up somewhere?
You can pick it up on the board. I forget where specifically you get it from. Nico might remember.
I don't think I have that minion either. There's a lot of stuff Oz and I didn't get to when we had to take our big hiatus from Endwalker content. Well, to answer my own topic, because I don't think I've done that yet tonight, I think it would be very glib and disappointing to you all if I were to say the main way in which I have faked my identity for gain is working as an actor. But that's the lamest answer. The most interesting answer, perhaps, is I developed a persona in MMOs right out of the gate to match the character that I was playing. I thought that people would play MMOs wanting to role play a lot. Turns out most people were more interested in just fighting the NPC or the mobs in the game. And that was a big deal for them, is how good can I fight mobs And I was like, oh, that's interesting because there's so many other games where the combat's much more nuanced than it is in MMOs. I don't think MMOs have the best combat mechanics of any game ever. But I figured having such a rich fantasy world, it would be far more interesting to role play your characters and have a rich backstory and chat with other people in character. I figured that might be the most interesting draw. Turns out I was very wrong. But at the time, that was the case in my brain, and I rolled a female character for reasons I mentioned before. First MMO was EverQuest 1. And I really wanted to be a dual-wielding Dark Elf, but all of the Dark Elf jobs or classes were one-hand wielding classes. So I was already really upset. I would rather be a dual wielder than be a Dark Elf. That's how much I cared about dual wielding. So I went and picked a Wood Elf, which was also an elf, just wasn't the edgy elf I wanted to be. And I went through all the male faces that you could pick in that game, and they all looked like they were... they all looked really bad. I don't want to say what I thought when I saw them, but they all looked really bad. I was like, okay, I don't want to play any of them. So just for kicks, I picked the female toggle and decided to look at the options there. And I was still disappointed, but far less disappointed. It's just an old game with bad graphics, so they probably couldn't do a whole lot for me. And from that point forward, I was playing a female character in a game that I thought people would be interested in actually role-playing the characters. So in text, I typed and acted very female in my brain. And it turns out that I very much liked that. That suited me. It was a way of engaging with the world that I liked. I liked the way people engaged with me. The community wasn't gross about it. Well, one guy was gross, but one guy out of a community of, hundreds and thousands of people that I met over the course of many, many years of playing an MMO, that's actually a pretty good track record. I would say I dare any modern game to treat players that they think are female with as much dignity as I was being treated. And I could just kind of ignore or eventually play off that one guy. Because I was really good at doing that in real life with people that I was disinterested in. String them along, as it were.
I remember when I still went to anime conventions and cosplayed. There was one person, I forget if they just really liked cross-dressing or if they were the full 9 yards. But they had a guy friend with them who was like, why would I dress up like a girl, blah, blah, blah. I was like, do it. Like, here, put this Kagome costume on.
Sure.
And he went and put the Kagome costume on. And he apparently enjoyed just how much he was being treated as a girl that he decided, I'm gonna be a girl.
All right.
It's like I'm sitting there like, one time cross-dressing. That's all it's
There was probably something else underneath all that was lurking and unaddressed for some time.
Yeah. Like, according to the friend, there wasn't really, like, they didn't see anything of that nature until that day.
I would say
I don't know.
I've been picked on in my life for having a more effeminate nature than a lot of my guy friends. And you know, I think part of I'm the last in line of. I was raised by my mom, and we lived with one of my sisters. I have two other siblings; they're both sisters as well. So there's a lot of femininity in my family. I spent most of my life estranged from my father, although I did have other father figures off and on in the course of my life. So
I'm not laughing at you.
You're good.
Party chat.
Oh, yeah. So it wasn't it's not a stretch for me to be in the feminine mental space or conversational space. I feel like I get along in that space in some ways better than I do in the masculine space, especially depending on if the guys are mostly interested in things like ways to spend out a lot of their spare time, like in terms of sports watching or craft doing, which I don't like using up my time, although I guess I spend a lot of my time being a video game addict, so there's that side of things. But being a video game addict was decidedly not as masculine in the circles that I grew up in. So even then, I was still sort of judged as a result.
How the tables have turned.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, I think, too, even with video games, initially it was perceived as more masculine than feminine, and now it's not really perceived in one specific way versus another, far less than it used to anyways. It's just not like a gendered thing, like, oh, you like Zelda? Well, that's a very guy thing or girl thing to do. Like, it's a thing. It's a fun game. But it did grow on me being more feminine in games. I think it speaks to a part of my life that I don't otherwise engage with in real life, in Touchgrass world. So I can communicate with people on sort of a different level, maybe a more cute level than I would in person, or a more emotional engaged level than I would in person. And it suits the characterization that I've chosen. And even after people learn that I'm not female in real life, I still stick to like a certain way of carrying myself in games, even in Final Fantasy. That's an example of that part of my personality, I guess. I think we're all just big Venn diagrams that we sell ourselves short, and we think we're only so much of a person, or we only have so many traits, but we're far more nuanced than we care to allow ourselves to feel sometimes.
Yeah.
And for me, the way that I carry myself in MMOs is me being authentic to another part of my personality that I don't otherwise showcase in real life, for fear of the way I would be treated. Depending. I have some friends who are male that are far less traditional masculine in their tastes and proclivities. And I would probably be more willing to be more open with them, with the whole melange of who I am. Whereas other people who are decidedly heavy metal, grease, and sports, I would feel like I could only showcase a portion of who I am to them.
Yeah.
Oh, one of these is probably mine, isn't it? I don't remember which one I should be attacking. So I'm just going to go for maybe this one.
Yeah. You're doing great.
Oh, this guy almost ran and tried to do something evil to somebody. We win.
Ah, thanks. Fuck.
I feel like this guy is charging his mana faster. Oh, there it goes.
The problem was the dude that was to the north was not pulling their thing far enough away.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
So it was still tethered to ours.
not cool.
Oh my god, people, please stop dying.
Liko says another weird one for me was people thought I was a girl and I wouldn't know how to respond. Some people found out early and could course correct. Others I'd find out from them confessing to me and I hella didn't know how to respond. Interesting. I don't want to hurt them, so I would decline and not tell them I'm a guy and feel bad about it, but like I didn't know what to do. So when you say people thought you were a girl, do you mean like in Final Fantasy? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just read your next line in Final Fantasy. I had some instances with EverQuest 1 where that was a problem, but never again after that. So I think maybe because it became more normalized or people found out that it wasn't just me, that it was much more common that people like to cross-dress. And I've since found a number of players, maybe even more players, who are female that like to play a male character in game.
Well, there's a reason they likely do it too.
I mean, yeah, you're likely to avoid a certain amount of unwanted attention too. But I also think it's just a healthy thing for humans to do, to put themselves in other people's shoes and feel out an experience or a nuance to their own characterization that maybe they wouldn't otherwise, if not in a role-playing environment with fantasy characters that the stakes are very low. Stuart says the male dark elves looked constipated would be a nice way to put it. In EverQuest 1? Did you play EverQuest? Can't remember if we've ever had this conversation. I don't remember having any issue with the dark elves as far as looks. My issue with the dark elves was I couldn't play a dual wielder, and that was very important to me at the time. I was essentially really enthralled with the idea of the dark elf from R.A. Salvatore's Dark Elf Trilogy stories. And I wanted to create that character as much as I possibly could because I had very little personal ideas as far as what would make an interesting characterization in an MMO, which is so dumb and pathetic. But I suppose we all had our dumb and pathetic times back online. And when the Dark Elves turned out, there was no, no capacity to make the Dark Elf from the Dark Elf trilogy. Not correctly anyways. I got mad. I was upset. I was like, all right, well, if I can't live my best life as this character, then it doesn't matter. I don't care what I am then. Just wanted to be a dual scimitar wielding ranger at that point.
Like casters, and I always am very like, okay, there has to be a certain aesthetic or a look to the characters. Like, okay, this is mine. This is mine.
Yeah, since then I've had much more flexibility on characterization, and I've actually taken some of the narrative nuance into my own hands and making a complete different character that was never before realized.
It's like, I like pretty characters, but then I would get a lot of whispers, especially once they figured out, oh, it's an actual grill.
Yeah.
Can I get your number? It's like, okay, I'm going Lalafell. at least in this game, I'm going Lalafell so I can avoid the Freakazoids.
Yeah.
Still had people messaging me.
It's a
It's
shame.
no, fuck off. I'm a Lalafell. I am playing this character. And they're like, oh no, that's all right, cutie pie, sweetheart. Gives you kisses, pats you on the head, picks you up. I'm like, no, don't, no. Like, there was one really, really creepy Elizin that I had, well, I don't know if Nico can hear me right now, but yeah, there was a very fucking creepy Elizin that I'd met, like, when I really early on in, like, actually playing 14, where they were, I think they were French Canadian or something, and they would not leave me the fuck alone. Like, they would just find me wherever I was in the world and then come and, like, give me kisses and pat me on the head and just, like, no matter how many times I told them, fuck off, leave me alone. I don't want you touching me. They're like, but sweetheart, I love you. You are cute. I'm like,
I really can't understand what goes on in the minds of men that act and think this way. I never have understood it as somebody who has had a family who's, you know, comprised mostly of females. I hear their takes on masculine attention, and it doesn't track or make sense in any way to me why a man would ever treat anybody, especially a perfect stranger, especially a bunch of pixels in an online game, perfect stranger, in that way, and think, this is working. I'm doing something that she digs. It just shows like a complete lack of empathy or understanding about what possibly generates interest in people.
I think for a lot of those people, it's not so much that they're looking for an actual interaction, or at least not a meaningful one. No. Like, it's more so, it's like, oh, it's a position of power. I'm controlling this.
I moved too slow. Forgot I need to look at my own hit points. You think it's a control thing?
Control thing, the fact that they know that it's the anonymity, that people won't know who they are, people won't be able to figure out, like, or tell on them in real life. They're not going to have any repercussions for being a complete freak to a random girl or woman online. Some people, they just think it's like, oh, well, if you're persistent enough, they like to play hard to get, or...
And I get that there's an era, too, where media made those claims, too, right? Like, there's certain types of comedy and romance from, like, the 80s and 90s that created a false narrative of the plucky guy who would try, and he'd whittle down his dream girl's defenses.
Yeah.
And, you know, somebody in Hollywood was like, oh, yeah, this is the shit. You know, this is really going to sell well. When realistically, it was like, I don't know. This is probably creating a larger epidemic than we know. And I don't know how much is to blame for that, but I do feel like there was a certain amount of people saw it on TV, so they believed it was a thing.
Yeah. I mean, like, fuck. Very TLDR version of my last interaction with a dude who just didn't get it. Not so much that he just kept harassing me and I said fuck off, but a friend who just decided, oh, well, I love you, so you have to love me because I know you feel the same way.
Wow.
Like, this is a person who I knew from my first days of playing 14. So, almost 10-year friendship. Like, he knew a lot of my stories, he knew a lot of the trouble and stress and issues that I dealt with, people being weird and creepy to me. So this bugger, he uses it against me. He's like, well, I have to be honest because I know you like honesty, so I'm going to tell you. I love you. I can't picture myself with anybody else. Like, you're just the ideal person for me. We get on so well, and I know because of your issues, you're afraid of intimacy, and that's why you push me away. And
Wow.
I'm just sitting there. And then he told me, like, oh yeah, by the way, you have a mental disorder called, like, a dissociative disorder where you push people away, but you honestly, because you're afraid of making a connection with people because of all the things you've dealt with. And I'm here for you, and I'll help you through it all, even if we just stay friends. And it's just like, I'm sitting there, and I'm like, this dude knows me. So he should fucking know
Yeah.
this isn't gonna fucking fly. So
Like,
I'm like, okay,
if you know that that's what I have, you should know you're not qualified to fix it.
yeah. It's just like, I'm like, okay, I need a bit of time to process. And reality, what I was doing was like, okay, I need a few days so that I don't rip your head off, because you should fucking know better.
Yeah.
And so when I did come to him and like, okay, I needed time to calm down, he got angry at me. He's like, you know, you can say anything to me. I'm like, yeah, I didn't want to react that way. You know, I don't like having conversations when I'm mad. So pointed out like just how self-serving it was to be like, okay, I feel this way, you feel this way because I feel this way, so I'm going to tell you what you're feeling and then imply you have a mental disorder and I'm not supposed to be upset.
Yeah. That no part of that was a good strategy.
Yeah. And then I gave it a month because he was pissed off. I'm like, yeah, we'll talk about this some other time. I'm not talking to you when you're pissed off like this because I'm getting pissed off. And so when he came back to him a month later, his go-to excuse was, oh, I did it for you. I did it because I care about you. I want you to be happy even if we're just friends. It's like, that's why you put so much emphasis on the fact that I had to feel the same way you did because you feel that way.
Yeah.
It's just so like ended up never speaking to him again, and he just kind of disappeared. I think.
Probably embarrassed. Somewhere inside of him, he knew what was going wrong.
If he had just said, sorry, I'll stop this shit. Like, I know you. We've been friends for 10 years. I should have known better than to do this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And he didn't do any more weird shit. It would have been fine. But
Right.
nah, he just doubled down. He's like, yeah, no. Like, I did it for you.
Wow.
It's like, yeah, no.
Liko says, I still get that problem apparently in text chat. I'm just really feminine. I do too. You know, if somebody's just going to be weird and creepy about it, I just ignore them because I'm really good at ignoring people.
Yeah.
Lala Romancer. Oh, yeah, it's gross, but it happens. Is stream freaking out and dying for anyone else? I hope not. I hope it's just you. Hey, Jam.
Like,
Groundhog Days.
stuttering.
Is it studying for you?
You're not for me, but I know one of the streams I was watching earlier did.
Okay. Could be just a Twitch thing or a you thing.
Yeah.
Jam, Groundhog Day is pretty far away, unless you're talking about something else. I don't remember the magnet mechanic to this.
Opposites. Like a knife through butter.
Well, I didn't die, and some of our folks did, so I guess I chose right.
Yeah, you chose right. They just choose to keep being in bumfuck Egypt and nowhere near
Heals.
healings and
Yeah.
stuff. Even though the other person is a damn healer.
Yeah.
Like,
Liko says,
heal yourself.
Liko says, I had a guy on Final Fantasy 14 tell me I was being avoidant and that I actually liked him. And he saw the signs. If I didn't admit it, he'd abuse women he knows in real life to help make me come to a realization about how much I'm into him, that's a real confused person. An extremely confused person.
I should tell you about the dude I had that harassed me for 4 months in this damn game. Just blatantly unaware of himself.
I want to hear that story first. That's good. Jam says example of a 90s movie that does that. Tries to sell you on chasing somebody and you'll eventually win them over.
Notebook?
Oh, that's actually a good one. It's a good example. Yeah. I don't watch a lot of rom-coms myself, so it's harder for me to think right off the top of my head. And I usually empty out a lot of those from my brain because I would rather pay attention to the stories that break that idea. Oh, got bounced in the air. I guess I chose wrong that time.
Yeah, it didn't help that it had the circle AoE on the ground, which makes it really hard to see. And whoever has got the aggro right now is not keeping it in the center.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying Groundhog Day is an example? Did I just get yeeted off the edge of the level? Oh.
Did it break for you? Oh no.
I didn't know that that could happen. I must have done something wrong with the magnet portion or something.
I think it's just a random occurrence because I've had it happen to me one time before.
That's so wild. Yeah. I thought maybe I did the mechanic wrong or something, but...
Or...
Yeah, I'd say Groundhog Day is definitely... Well, I'd also say Groundhog Day is also something of a joke. Like, it's tongue-in-cheek. It knows that it's doing that because it deliberately made a scenario in which the main character was able to, over and over and over again, try until he perfected, making the perfect person for the girl in question, which turned out to be gross and something that is supposed to feel morally reprehensible to the viewer to see him do. But then he wins the girl at the end too, so I don't I don't know like what story they were trying to push, if in the end here's the lesson you're supposed to learn, but he still gets the girl too.
Just let me know though when you would like to hear the 4-month weirdo.
Sure. There was there's one movie I'm thinking of. It had Owen Wilson, was maybe like a priest or something.
Wedding Crashers, maybe.
Maybe. I'm trying to think. What I remember about the story was like the love interest in question like decides to cheat on the guy that she's with to be with the main love interest, the main guy in the story. And so it felt really morally reprehensible that he would push and win her over, and that she was also willing to become a cheater to follow the main storyline and become, the love interest of this guy in question. It was just like, I think Owen Wilson was in it, but I can't remember what the movie was called. I just remembered it was like a really gross, like everybody was problematic and I hated every character. If you really looked at their motivations and what they were doing, it was bad acting, not the actual actors, but like the characters had bad motivations, were bad people in the end. And a lot of rom-coms seem to lean on that if you just believe in love, then all these really negative things that you could do to other people just sort of burn and turn the other folks in your life, it's fine as long as you're pursuing your true love and happiness. It's like, no, you should be more considerate of the hearts and minds of others that you interact with, especially if you're in a committed relationship.
Yeah.
Jem says it was like the dream scenario for any guy attempting that. Oh yeah, to just constantly day after day memorize all the nuances of the girl that he's trying to pursue. I don't know that most people took it that way. I took it that I thought it was very gross. Some people probably, well, I think that was the point was it was supposed to be taken as a gross gesture. She took it as gross. And there were a lot of times where he got slapped at the end of the day because he knew everything about her, but he still wasn't a good person. I think most people saw it as a romance. I think most people saw the wrap up and it made them forget all the gross beforehand. But I don't know that the wrap up really made Bill Murray's character good. Made him better than he was, but I don't know if he's still like a love interest worthy person. Wow, that's everything.
Yeah, we did the things.
We
And
did
now
do
we
the
do
things.
sleep.
Sounds good. Did you want to tell your story before the I don't know what we're doing after this. I guess I have other weeklies I can get into and dailies that aren't group related, but I wanted to
Okay,
hear
you
your
know what?
story.
Sure, come with me.
Okay,
So while we tell story.
sure.
So initially I'd met this guy like sporadically in Heaven's Ward and then going into Stormblood.
Hmm.
But after I got to main level, started hanging out with this dude a little more. We will call him, oh fuck. He's on a different data center, so fuck it.
Okay.
Crest. That was his character's first name. So this dude, we start like I'm getting annoyed. He's like, I'm trying to get people so I can farm the dog mounts. And we start hanging out more, talking in voice chat. It's like, okay, cool, we're friends. And then he starts introducing me to some of his friends, i.e., the people who I ended up getting into a 5-year guild with, and then that ended up going to complete shit. But yeah, so he introduces me to them, and I start talking, hanging out with them, and then he starts doing weird shit like, "Oh, you're spending more time with them." It's like, you introduced me to them. I thought you wanted me to be friends with them.
Right.
But like, I'm just sitting there like, okay, you introduced me to these people. You wanted me to be friends with them, didn't you? And I'm sitting there and I'm just like, okay, cool. So I'm like, you can come hang out in the voice chat with these people too. Like, they're your friends, right? So, oh, I said I knew them, not that they were friends. And it's like,
Hmm.
okay. So then he starts doing weird shit like, oh, hey, well, I kind of like you. And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't date people I meet in video games. And he's like, oh, okay, I can deal with that. Like, I'm not a creep or anything. It's like,
Uh-huh.
I'm like, okay, cool. Just so you get it. Not interested. Never was. Never will be. And so, even after that, like, he's acting like, okay, yeah, we're not dating. But then he starts doing the weird shit. So, like, we both had the same hairstyle, and I got really bored of it, so I changed it. He's like, "What'd you change your hairstyle for?" I'm like, "I was bored of it. Why?" He's like, "We don't match anymore." Crying emoji, and I'm just like, "So?" And he would just get really mopey, and then it's like, I changed off a Lalafell. He's like, "Oh, why'd you change off Lalafell?" And I'm just like, "Because I was doing it." He would always try to invite me randomly to shit where he would randomly invite me to stuff without asking me. It took me a while to get over being randomly invited after that freak. But yeah, so this dude is like randomly inviting me to shit. So one day he just tries to invite me, and I'm like, okay, I'm not dealing with this today. So he's like, do you want to come? I'm like, no, I'm crafting. That's why I turned down the invite. And he's like, oh, okay. A minute or two later, I get a message from like one of our friends, and he's like, hey, we're gonna go and run this. Do you want to come with us? I'm just like, oh, yeah, no, like, I don't really feel like it right now. Maybe later. I immediately get a whisper from Crest. Why didn't you tell us that you didn't want to go? We would have waited for you. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And what, like, I find out from the friend that he asked him, the other friend, to message me and ask me if I wanted to go and tell him what I said, but don't tell me that I was asked by him to find out what I said to tell him what he said. And I got really pissed off, and I'm just like, Crest, don't fucking do this shit. He's like, well, I just wanted to be running with you. And I'm like, okay, Crest, we are not dating. I am not your girlfriend. I will never be your girlfriend. I am not interested. We do not have to do everything together. I don't have to check in with you. I don't have to do everything with you. So he's like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm like, okay, don't fucking do this shit again. Because if I hear you asking other people to ask me about shit, and then secretly spy on me, I'm gonna lose my shit on you.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, I'm sorry. So I'm talking with a friend later. He's like, he's yelling at me now. I'm like, dude, you didn't do anything wrong. Thank you for telling me what he did. So then it's like an hour later, and then I get a message. Yeah, and then that bastard went and snitched on me, and now she's fucking pissed at me. And I'm like, excuse me? And he's like, that wasn't for you. I'm like, no,
Oh.
what the fuck did you say? He's like, that wasn't for you. That wasn't for you. And I'm like, okay, dude, I fucking warned you. Like, don't do this shit. Like, if you can't be fucking normal, we're done. And he's like, oh, okay. Well, you're a fat, ugly bitch anyway.
Of
So
course.
I blocked him.
Of course.
So then he logs on to another character because I blocked him, and he starts trying to whisper me again, like with this paragraph of, oh my gosh, you're so overreacting. You're going so crazy for no, like, you need to let me talk to you so that we can make this right, because that's what we're supposed to do. And I'm just like, fuck off, block. So then he tries sending other people after me to message me and pass messages along that I need to chill out. I'm not playing that game. The people that I made friends with because of him are like, wow, he's really being fucking weird. But, like, they're not going to kick him. So they're just, like, laughing about what he's doing, and I'm laughing. So, like, they're chill. They're like, hey, we got you. If he does anything really weird, let us know.
Yeah.
So we were in link shells together. He was trying to start shit in the link shells to get me kicked out, running around telling people, like, oh my god, like, she literally led me on, the little harlot. She was trying to seduce me, and then she rejected me when she had me where she wanted me to be. And I'm just like, and everyone's like, what the fuck's going on? It's like, he's mad that I wouldn't.
That's another thing. I'm right as the mail.
Thank you, Sketch.
Yeah. But it's like, he's pissed off because I turned him down to date, and then I don't want to hang out with him because, like, I told them what he did, and they're like, oh my god. Yeah, like, what the fuck? So he ended up getting pushed out. So then he would come and he would join the VC with the group, and he would just sit there and chat, not saying a damn word if I was in there. If me and people switched to a different chat channel, he would follow us but not say anything.
Wow.
So, like, all of this shit went on for like 3 or 4 months until eventually, like, he was starting to start shit in his own guild that he was in, because we were in different guilds. And he would be sitting there talking shit about me to them, trying to get them to be mean to me or whatever. One of the people got really fucking pissed. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. I'm friends with her and I'm friends with you. I'm not picking sides.
Nice.
So then Crest tries to go to his girlfriend, and he loses his shit, and then, like, him and like 3 other people all left that FC because they were tired of Crest's bullshit to come over here. So the one day, like, it's like a month after he finally stopped doing everything, and the friend that got really pissed, they see him sitting at their FC house, but they're in mist, sitting in the ocean, just staring out to sea. And they're like, dude, you okay? He's like, she won. She won. The harlot won. She destroyed my life and made everybody hate me. And it's just like, bitch, that's not what happened. Like, one of the stories he told me when we were still talking, he said that he was at a bar this one time because he got into trouble. And he was at this bar, and he had just broken up with this one other girl, apparently. And he's sitting at the bar, and he finds this really hot, sexy girl that he's sitting there and talking with. And he's flirting with her, and then he sees his ex walks in, and he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, my ex is here. I'm gonna go talk with her now. Bye." And walks away from the girl he's talking with, and it's just like, what? What? So he goes to talk with the ex. That didn't go well, so he goes back to the other girl, and she's just like, "Yeah, no." It's like, "Why don't you want to talk to me?" It's like, "'Cause you'd rather talk to your ex. Like, go talk with her.
Sure.
I'm not interested." So he loses his shit and calls her a bitch and is yelling at her and gets thrown out of the bar.
Wow.
And then to finish off the last little bit of that drama story, enter 9 months after everything has happened. So it was when the /play dead emote came out, right?
Mm.
And they're all in Rauger's Reach, where I stopped hanging out, because if I went there, he would chase me around and would not leave me be. So he and his friends are there. Somebody did the play dead, and he decides to make a custom emote that says, "Gently grapes the dead body," in the middle of Rauger's Reach.
Wow. Wow.
So, of course, multiple people report that crap, and he ends up with a 9-day suspension. His first assumption is I was sitting there watching him for 9 months straight, waiting for him to fuck up so that I could report him and get him in trouble.
Lovely.
Yeah. And that's not even the worst stalker case I've had. But
That's
yeah.
insane. Well, I'm sorry you've had that experience and worse.
Yeah.
Crazy. Liko says, "What the fuck is this school playground drama bullshit? People are a mistake. Being social is a mistake. This is why I'm a hermit, aside from very specific circles." I don't blame you. The shit is just fucked. This one person, yeah, that's a absolute ridiculous, insane. It's like one of those Reddit posts where the entire thing is screenshots of iPhone texts, kind of.
Yeah.
This could be, yeah, just a bunch of Final Fantasy chat texts if it weren't also voice. Seems like he's a well-adjusted member of society. Well-adjusted for a straitjacket, maybe.
He was 28, 29 years old when this shit happened.
Wow. Yeah. Some people really don't grow out of a certain age or a certain ability to interact with people correctly. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Probably is a hardcore Tate follower. There's definitely a type of... Oh, what's this?
For you.
The broom. Thank you.
Do the thing, Nico, if you're still listening, so that D can do the thing.
I'll just sweep his boots. They're probably dusty.
I mean, I don't know. He's probably acquiring a lot of dead skin because he never takes that gear off.
What on earth is that?
I think that was angry? Maybe.
Let's see.
I don't know. I don't know Ella's and emotes that well.
I think it might be.
Yep. Lalafell angry.
Mine's weird. Sounds like I'm meowing. Oh, it's surprised? I don't know if I've ever done that one. Anyway.
Yeah. Part of the fun of why I have a very cautious time adjusting and going into new groups, because it's like, okay, how long before shit goes south like that?
Yeah. Liko says the shortcoming was not forcing himself more on people, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is my only thought about folks like this, and I don't know how accurate it is, but it makes me wonder, if you do this enough, maybe you meet that broken person, that person with significant daddy issues, or something's like wrong and off. They're just destroyed enough that they go, you know what? Whatever, fine, attention's attention. Let's talk. And then that guy's like, oh my God, yes, okay. I just have to do this maybe about 350 times, and then I meet somebody who makes it all worthwhile. And then if they break up, he goes, okay, starting on number 1, serving number 1. They do it because it works. Yeah. And it makes me wish that we had like a better filtration system than just try your shit on a bunch of people and be an absolute toxic fuckhead to a number of folks that really don't deserve it, till you find the person that like speaks that sort of toxicity. Otherwise, you know, in a more perfect world, you could pull up an app or something and be like, hey, looking for my type of toxic, what do we got? And then somebody's like, oh yeah, I'm there right now. And you're like, okay, you and me, let's, you know, create future therapy bills off of each other for a little while. All right. Fine.
Whoa,
then go do it with each other. Go take care of that business and leave the rest of us alone. I don't know.
Yeah. Apparently, though, I was not the first person he tried to pull that shit with within the
Sure.
link shell. 'Cause it was a link shell for specifically Lalafell characters, like Lalafell players. And there was like 2 other girls that were Lalafell players in the link shell that he apparently had tried to do that shit to.
Wow. So his type is people who pick Lalafell, the character screen.
Yep. Which says a lot and very concerning things about his preferences, if that reads the way we think it all does, but we're probably not wrong.
100%. Jam says you could use the Indian system where you just get stuck with someone your parents arrange. Yeah. I mean, I wonder if it would at least take some of the toxicity out of certain people, because they're forced to be with who they're forced to be with, and they don't have any choice in the matter. But something tells me there's much more toxicity in that system than in this one.
I mean, look at what happened before no fault divorce.
Yeah.
How many more deaths were there?
I would still love to see a system. I know I've talked about this, and I know there are a million shortcomings to implementing something like this, where you could just brand somebody with your experience and be like, hey, this guy has like 12 red flags. And then that brand just sticks on that guy through some social medium, some sort of scoring system somewhere. And then if enough unique, individual, non-cohorted people don't follow each other online or are part of like somebody's audience on Twitch or whatever. Obviously, if you're like a creator and you tell your 1,200 fans, go, you know, red flag this one guy, you could do a lot to somebody that they don't deserve necessarily. But just, you know, means tested, completely separate from each other, flagging of someone be like, look, this guy is really, really bad, and he's bad to different disparate people that could not possibly be collaborative with each other. And the world should kind of know, or at least his future dating pool should know. I wish there was just some way, some non-problematic way, to make that exist, so we could have a little bit of a safer experience getting to know new people. And it would definitely create an incentive for folks to go, all right, you know what? I've got all these flags on my account or profile or whatever. What's the right thing to do to correct my course when I'm ready to stop being a dick?
So kind of like a social credit score, like what they have in China.
That's exactly what I don't want. So, like I said, I know there's like a million problems with the idea behind giving people some sort of baggage based on their activities. But, the big problem with the social credit score in China is that affects things like, can you rent a car? Can you get certain types of medical care? They're governmental situations that are affected by that. Wait, where's my swift cast? There it is. I started to slow cast it.
He
Gross.
spooked me. Lalafels are very volatile creatures. Careful with the spoopings.
Yeah, it's definitely a spoopy thing to happen. Got to be careful of folks like Nico.
I remember a long time ago I saw some website called Cheaters where you could go and, like, granted, of course, the fun issue of like what you said, but warning other people about cheaters or just outright douchebags.
Yeah.
But the website disappeared, I think. So I was like, well, even then, it wasn't even that really well known. Sound horrible for a second. Capital punishment was a solid solution to nuisances in the past. Yeah, I know my boyfriend. He's from Romania, and he talks about how, like, yeah, like that, like if people did shit over there, like it gets dealt with. And so like people will know. Or, like, I should have him come and explain it because he would explain it better. And my brain's a little fried at the moment. But yeah, like he is completely baffled by why Americans can sit here and just let this corruption go on that happens, and like not just a societal but government level, and then not do anything. And I was like, well, dude, critical thinking does not exist. People don't care if it doesn't affect them directly.
Yeah.
But
That's a big thing, is I think we were forged as a culture here. I mean, I'm third generation here, but Americans for a long time were forged around an enculturation of rugged individuality. So that means not collaborating with each other, not learning from each other's mistakes, not diving too deep into other people's affairs, because you don't want the reciprocal incident to happen. So it's a perfect place for corruption on the individual and all the way up to the governmental level, because everybody's business is their own. You want whatever's behind closed doors to stay behind closed doors. And we just don't have enough accountability. Like in other cultures, it matters a lot more what happens around somebody's life as far as how it will affect their community around them, their family name. There's reputations and bigger social circles to be considerate of. So you take that mechanic out and you say, no, just bootstrap yourself. It leaves a lot to be hidden underneath, under the table.
well, that, and then kind of tying in with what we were discussing before, it's like, oh, well, women's place in society and how guys see it. It's like, well, no, like the woman goes running to get help, let's say, because husband's beating her, and she goes to get help, and they're like, oh, well, what did you do to make your husband beat you? Like, what did you do? What didn't you do? Like, just the behind closed doors and all the crap that would happen to women in the past, and then you look And then we've got. Oh, nah, I'm not gonna go down there. Not right now, anyway. But yeah, I think you kind of know what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, this guy will just not res, will he? Well,
He may have
just
stepped
sweep
away.
him up. Deserves some bristling then.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pop out of Discord. Thank you very much for the chats.
Of course.
It's been a lovely time, and thanks for healing, especially in some of the hairier pulls in earlier roulettes.
It was fine. Just, I think the big thing is I have my stats set to heal for my sage,
Hmm.
so all of my gear doesn't really work well with white mage and astrologian, which is like direct healing, not shield.
Right,
So
right.
I think that fucks with it. So
It still worked out all right. I think there was only one time where I was like, if I don't hollowed ground, maybe I'll be kind of rude, or I might die. But more so, I think I was just, I was nervous to put too much pressure on you for the pulls I was doing. I was like, I'll pop it this once, but it was only one time.
like, unless I'm actually like going like, D, please, no, what are you doing? No.
Fair.
Like, unless I'm doing that, and even then, it's not like seriously like, oh my god, fuck this. Like, it's just like me like kind of hamming it up, like, oh my god, please, no, D, have mercy.
There'd probably be only one instance where I think any of the roulettes would allow me to behave in that manner, and that would be if I accidentally hit the key combination to switch my keyboard into Chinese. When that happens, I can't hit any of my hotkeys, and so I'd be standing there taking hit after hit with no tank cooldowns on. In which case, you'd probably see my health precipitously drop and be like, yo, what's going on? I'm like, I'm trying to play the game with a completely wrong keyboard setup.
And then me sitting there like, D, please, D, no, I'm a good bean. Please don't hurt me.
More like, please don't hurt yourself, because I'd be, well, once I die, then I guess it hurts everybody else too.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for the chats. I'll catch you on the flip side. Probably next time we're in Discord together, it'll be another Eureka run.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
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 Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane to me. The gender mechanics of the way men, especially online and especially in online gaming, believe that the world works. I feel like there's just not enough regulation. There's not enough accountability. And I don't know what the right answer is. Like, I know jokingly sort of a Chinese social credit score kind of thing sounds gross and completely absurd and comes with all of these other problems. That doesn't make any sense at all. But our system doesn't make almost any sense at all either, right? The way that you report people in an online game is usually for breaking the game, not breaking the community, right? So if somebody's being toxic in some sort of interpersonal way, game companies are kind of afraid to take a stand and do something about that. But wouldn't it make sense in some sort of way if you could test against just somebody gathering up, 50 of their best friends and all mass reporting somebody? If there's a way to not do it that way, could you make a system that was fair to place red flags on somebody so that maybe it was harder for them to talk to new strangers or just create like a warning? You know how some websites, usually the most toxic ones right now, have community notes that you can add, So people can jump in and say, actually, you know, realistically, this isn't how this happens, or this makes a false claim, or here's a link to some fact checking on the matter. If there is something like that that could be placed on a person so that, you know, you're playing your game, somebody walks up to you at random and is like, hey, do you need any help with a quest? And you just see like a note. It's like, by the way, you know, this guy always starts off really kind, but his kind interactions always end in this really, you know, toxic, forced relationship sort of thing. Like, oh, don't need your help, thanks, blocked. And maybe they can have something that could allow them to, what's the word I'm looking for? Clean up their act. You know, they take some sort of training courses or whatever, like anger management courses for people who are angry, but something for like anti-creep training. Just like, listen, here's how your way generally creeps out most people, unless you really find somebody who's super into creeps. So here's how you can act in normal society until you find somebody with the community note, like, hey, this Lalafell player really loves creeps. And then they're like, oh yes, finally, all right, I can drop my facade of being a nice person and engage with them. Yeah. Social credit score for dating, not so much tied to your finances and other stuff. Yeah, I don't think we need monetary social credit score. We have already got credit scores in America, the stupid credit score system. For what it's worth, we've got something, so we could just sit on that for a while. Have a good night, Nico. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for all the help with all of the queuing and all that, so I didn't have to focus on it myself. Everyone registers their gender identity. That could be interesting, although that might be tricky because if you need to make regular changes, you're not just fluid, but you actually switch hard-coded genders periodically. I forget, there's like an actual term for that. Well, I suppose you could code that in too, right? Yeah, you could make that happen. When someone's violating the rules, they get their ability to be seen shut off from those that they're harassing. That'd be pretty cool. It's like if someone's harassing women in games, the company can flip a switch and shut off that player's ability to talk or interact with female players. I like that. Yeah, I like that. I don't know how it would work, but if they can shadow ban on Twitter, I don't see why they can't do it in games, right? It could be a nuanced system that's even like underneath the radar too. It doesn't have to be overt. It could be something that's just like really soft and not a heavy impact thing. You know, you're still playing a social game. You're still able to be social with people. It's just when you're an absolute creep and to specific demographic that you decide is going to be your prey, you just are, you're stopped from doing that. That would be pretty cool. Yeah. You'd have to prove anti-creep training was effective first. I mean, true. Yeah. I'm not saying that, you know, I have the answers set up, but we're able to train out a lot of things, right? There are a number of ways in which people are broken, and there's a lot of learning that we've done to understand what it is about those broken people. How do we support them? How do we let those people continue to function in society, right? ASPD is a great example, antisocial personality disorder. That includes narcissism. That's funny. Narcissism, bipolar, is that part of that too? Borderline, sociopathy. Those aren't death sentences for people, right? We don't look at them and say, because you can't interact with society in a healthy and happy way, and you're prone to manipulating and hurting others, you're just not allowed to do any of those things in our society whatsoever. We're just going to lock you up. Maybe once upon a time, but we're getting better at sort of figuring out what makes those people tick and how to get them working functionally in society in a better way that's not going to victimize other people. Why couldn't we do that too with that sort of like hard online red pill incel sort of society out there that just wants to hurt and manipulate and command other people with their nastiness? As far as I know, no such program exists. I don't know. I haven't been accused of being a creep. Knock on wood. Hopefully I don't have this like shadow contingency of people that's like, yeah, D's a creep. We just won't say it to his face. Hopefully somebody would say it to my face if I ever decided to start being creepy, that people would let me know. But so I haven't looked to see what's out there as far as how to train people out of that type of behavior. That's the thing, though. Creeps don't want other creeps or people that want them. They want who they want. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It'd be hard to find folks that are into that because maybe they would lose interest if they found somebody who was into that. Why, hello there, lass. Care to make some easy gill? You need only deliver a file of my wares to a customer. I'll make it worth your while. Sure. Is this one of those swindles I'm supposed to report? That sounds like a good thing to say. Like, who the hell is this guy and why does he have a level 1 plus quest for me? Heavens, no. This is a perfectly legitimate job and I would never lie to you. It simply isn't in my nature. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now that we understand each other, take this to the gladiator waiting on the steps of Nald. Once you receive his dues, bring them straight back here. And rest assured, I will know if you're even a gill short. Why is he so menacing? Why does he got to be this way? I didn't even know there was a plus quest for something like this. Over here? Okay. Adventurers Guild. Can I just go straight there from the... I thought there was a... I'm standing right next to an Aetheryte, but I guess not. That's the Fantasia quest. Okay. A lot of the creeper stuff is a power play. If there were reasons why or how, if there's a method where somebody who was into power play could find people who were willing to play along and even pretend that they didn't want to. You know, some people even have like R-word fantasy play stuff. So like, could you find somebody that is really masterful at pretending to be a good creep bait and make it so that creeps feel like they're going after somebody that doesn't want them, really doesn't want them, but in secret they're appreciative of that type of behavior. I've never met the girl that likes that type of behavior, but I'm not saying I would ever yuck somebody's yum if they decided that was a thing. Then maybe you could pair up people like that, and then it wouldn't be awful if that happened. But most of the time, if you're going to power play with somebody and they don't want it, you've got a problem. You've got a major problem, and one that we got to fix. A free Fantasia for me? I'm for it. I don't know that I'll use it, but I'm for it. Keep dealing with that Fanta crack. They want people who don't want to be controlled. It's a challenge for them to try and break a person. Yeah. So I think we need to look at more things in society the way we do SecOps. So with security, we have people who are interested not just in creating great security options, but then we have people who spend their time professionally breaking those so that we know how to strengthen and shore up defenses. And then we have hackers trying to do, you know, stay on the inside track and beat out that whole industry and learn new and more nuanced methods of cracking and hacking into things. And so it's an arms race. Imagine if we did that with people. I don't think that your average creep who's already low on the emotional intelligence side of things could keep up if we just put a little bit of energy into that, a SecOps of the brain, and say, you know what? There are people out there who are trying to be controlling, and the vast majority of us don't want that. And those that do want it aren't even their targets, so we shouldn't even be concerned about leaving them be so that they find their true love, somebody who likes being romanced by a controlling creep. We should just work on neutralizing those threats. So how would we do that? If we spent not even that much energy or time or money in that facet, I bet we could do significant amounts of good in removing creepy people from the pool. Yuck someone's yum. I got that from Oz and her friends. They like to say that about people's fetishes. Yeah. I am a very non-fetishy sort of person, so to hear what people like as far as their parasocial, pararomantic, and parasexual sort of things, it's always kind of strange to me. Some of them are fascinating, but not enticing. Most of them are definitely not on the enticing scale. But I don't yuck anybody's yum. How'd you prevent people from end running that whole system by just going to a bar? You mean finding people who are getting drunk and are sort of compromising their own values so that they're easier manipulated by a creep? Is that what you mean? That's a new one? You can take it. I'll give that one to you for free, Akumo. This is taking forever. Maybe it really was too good to be true. Oh, you want this? This elegant glass bottle is generously filled to the top. Though with what? You couldn't say. Here, have some mystery fluid, little dude. Thank you, miss. I've been waiting for what felt like an age, but finally it's here. My miracle drought. Oh, not drought, draft. Right. Oh, do you know what this is? This, my friend, is a phial of the mysterious brew called Fantasia. Legend states that any who drink it before lying down for the evening awakes a new man or woman. My Colosseum debut is coming up and I'm terribly nervous, so I thought this medication might bestow me with the self-confidence I lack. And a chiseled, muscly body besides. I can't wait to show off in my subligar. Oh my. Take this to the medicine merchant with my compliments. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to make my dreams come true. Okay, bye. Have fun with that. I picked the perfect character for me. I've been playing Dae for years and years and have zero regrets on how I look, my skin, my hair color, my overall aesthetic, although right now I'm not wearing my favorite outfit. And the only thing I've done since I started playing way back whenever that was, I started after Stormblood was released, but like it was still pretty new. The only thing I've done is I've taken down my buns. Daya had her hair in what are they called? Space buns? Is that a term? I don't know why my head went there. But the two twin buns above either ear. She had that look for years and years and years. And then when Oz and I had our in-game marriage, I put my hair down in a more mature aesthetic, and I've left it that way ever since, just in honor of our wedding. Yeah. I just mean that it seems the whole system would be dependent on a lot of tech and identification of people. But I think I lost Jam. Jam, are you an ad skipper, or can you not hear me right now? I don't want to read Jam's comments if they're stuck behind ads. Good, you're back. And with my payment, I expect. Well, you are here. Excellent. Doesn't show otherwise in your badges. Depending on a lot of tech and identification of people, but in practice, that really doesn't happen much. Like, you don't ID people you talk to at a bar. It's true. It would be sort of a different system, different nuance, right? But you do ID people at a bar through other means already, so it would just be an enculturation change. It would be a tech sort of change. When somebody comes up to you at the bar, you ID different components of them. You ID what they're wearing. You ID their eye contact with you and the way that their eye contact is. Maybe the speed and rapidity of their blinks. Are they blinking fast like they're nervous? Are they blinking slow like they're drunk? you notice things about them. You do ID a number of things. To then also use technology is not a big deal. You could even just get a push notification on your phone, so you could casually look at that, or if you have a smartwatch, flip your wrist up and take a look and see, you know, a quick number or score or red flag icon or something. It could happen. The tech to pull it off would have to be ubiquitous and always available. I mean, if you got 0, there's no harm. So I disagree. I don't think tech has to be ubiquitous to be useful. If you find that you go to a bar and somebody comes up to you and they're not participant to this particular program, you have two choices. You can just, you know, go at it raw the way everybody used to for millennia and just talk to the person and get to know them that way and take a chance based on your conversation, whether you think they're good to continue down the path or not, or you might see a red flag based on conversation. Or if you wanted to be hard-nosed about it, you could be like, oh, hey, you know, I don't talk to anybody who doesn't use the red flags app, pretending it's called that. If you're not on red flags, I don't want to talk to you because I don't have a vet on you, and I don't know you from my friends. If my friends vetted you or the app vetted you, then we'd chat. But I have a hard rule that I don't talk to people who aren't on that app. You didn't ping on my phone, so we don't have pretext. It's just kind of like Lady Nico was saying earlier. I don't date people who I meet in video games. That makes sense to me, and that would be such an easy and respectable thing to say and do that you wouldn't even need the tech to be ubiquitous, right? Same though, I do change my hairstyle and color. No problem with that. I do that in real life, right? So that makes sense. Bedtime for me. Have fun and don't die. Same to you. Well, don't have too much fun because you got to get to sleep. But yeah. Thanks for being here, Akumu. Have a good night. I don't regret it. I just have a few types of character I like to play. I call it meatball head. Anybody with a big old round head is the sort of character you like to play. Gotcha. I don't usually gravitate towards that type of character. I have played shorties in the past, but mostly I do not. Unless I haven't gravitated toward that in Final Fantasy, because what I usually like to do is play a shorty who is like at odds with the world and the job or class that they play. So in Final Fantasy, it's kind of hard because you could just play every job ever, and there's not as much of an interesting contradiction. But so in EverQuest, the first shorty I ever played was a halfling female, and I made her a warrior. And seeing her dash up and strong arm a bunch of like big brutish monsters felt even more impressive and imposing than seeing the ogres and trolls, the huge races in that game, do that. When they step up and they take a big hit and you see their health barely chunked down, you think, well, that's a fucking ogre. Yeah, of course he's gonna be powerful, you know, toe to toe with a big strong monster. But to see like a tiny effeminate little, you know, Frodo sort of character running up and doing that, it's like, oh, that looks so cool. It defies expectation, and Final Fantasy doesn't have as much of that defiance of expectation because you can just be whatever job. Everybody can be whatever job. So I don't generally play the smallies. I like dark elves a lot, and so I've played dark elf sort of characters in a lot of other games as well. Oh, the hairstyle, the meatballs on the head. Oh, the buns. For some reason, I think of the term space bun. I don't know if that's correct, but the two buns, one on both sides of the head. I like playing other small, cute characters or very pretty, unique characters. I'm okay with pretty, but I'm also okay with strange. I would prefer to stand out in a game. I don't like looking like everybody else. I was amazed. I was actually impressed by how many people play Final Fantasy XIV and play the Huron and Mikote, just the humans and cat humans, because they all look so normal and normative, and there's a ton of them everywhere. Like, a lot of people just want to look normal or normal adjacent in a fantasy game. And I found that really interesting in the EverQuest community and other communities I've been in. There was a lot less typicality of people. Whereas here I find a lot of the same races. And when I found that my proclivity towards things that look like dark elves led me to Duskwhite, that the fact that I was part of a very narrow community was already immediately interesting and immediately intriguing to me, that almost nobody would be interested, not just in... There are a good amount of Elezen, but there are very, very few Duskwhites. And then when I went further to look around and sort of take in the world of female Duskwhites, I've met less than 10 total. In all the years I've played, I've met less than 10. That's insane. That is crazy. It's one of the launch races. It's not like something that you needed the latest expansion to make. Of course, when you have expansions, people gravitate towards those races in troves because it's new and it's exciting and nobody's gotten to see what that looks like. But female Duskwhites are incredibly rare, and it's made me that much more excited to stay with the aesthetic that I have and not re-roll or do anything different with my character whatsoever. I just like to play cute girls. There's an aspect to when I do make somebody look pretty, I want them to look pretty in a way that I think is pretty. And so I generally don't pick characters that are of a gender expression that I wouldn't be attracted to, because then I don't feel like I am pretty to me. I feel like I'm pretty to other people, and I don't care about other people. I'm playing Final Fantasy for me, and I'm not here to romance anybody. In Final Fantasy, I'm already married. Sometimes it'll be daughters. Sometimes it'll be an attractive, cute girl. Where you've played role-played as somebody's daughter in an online game. Is that what you're saying? I do want to be a father someday. Having children would be nice. I've admitted this before on stream, but this is not typical, I think, of a lot of people that I've met, especially people with the same sort of family structure that I grew up in. But I've wanted to be a father non-religiously, not as like a religious mandate or a thing that I think is like a God-driven concept for humanity. Just me personally, my interests. I wanted to be a father since I was 16. I didn't want to become a father at 16. Not to say that would have been weird, creepy, hard, expensive, and completely derailing of the plans I wanted to do in my life. But at 16, I determined that maybe 10 years down the line, say, back when I was that age, I would like to be father in a family. I wanted boys and girls too. It didn't matter to me who I ended up with. The only reason I wanted a mix of boys and girls, because I thought it would be perhaps a different experience to have one or the other. Now that I am a father, I feel less concerned about what sex my children are. I'll raise them all the same, with the same direction, the ways in which I show affection, the things I want to teach them, the support I want to give them. I don't think I would create this is what I do for boys and this is what I do for girls kind of thing. I just have a parenting style that has developed over time, and that style is applicable to anybody. It's also applicable to adults if they were curious to have somebody, in a mentorship sort of position. I wouldn't say that parenting is necessarily exclusive to children. Sometimes people who ask you that feel a little bit wayward, I could use some advice or somebody to bounce ideas off of, I'd probably come at them with a fatherly style in the same way I would my kids. So it crosses ages, it crosses sex and gender and all that. So for that, I don't care like I used to when I was younger. But being a father was the majority of my life, an interest of mine, and one that I only recently in the last 5 years decided to embark on. Yeah. In 14, I just want to play a hot cat girl. Gotcha. When it comes to character creation in games, I have two go-to options. Do the best job of making myself, or I gravitate towards dragons, lizards, characters like Dragonborn or Argonian. Okay, that's cool. What is it about the like dragonkin sort of races that you like? I know some people really like lizards and dragons and that sort of thing, but I've never asked sort of like what it is about them that feels cool. I know a lot of people who make themselves in games. I noticed Nico does that in a lot of games that we've played in the past. If there is a character creation sort of thing, we'll come out the other end and I'll be like, you tried to make you, didn't you? Which, no shame in that. Not as roleplay. In Genshin, I like the cute daughter character designs. What do you mean by daughter character designs? Are there like young girl designs? I guess I don't play many games where I would feel like I was young or younger than somebody else. In fact, I feel like most games where there's a character creation mechanic, you look the same age as everybody else who also made a character. But maybe that's different in Genshin. It's one game I haven't played yet. They're adorable and you just want to head pat them. Oh, wanting to be a daughter roleplay this would be fucking weird. Not necessarily. I wouldn't mind role-playing family dynamics with other people in an online game. I haven't, but it's not outside of my wheelhouse. Depends on how it's done. Yeah. If they go around saying daddy, well, I mean, that's not a daughter then, right? That's something else is going on there. Like childish designs. Interesting. Okay. Sounds more like a Genshin-specific kind of thing. Oh yeah, those are kids. Gotcha. You can play a kid in that game. Interesting. Good, you're back. And with my payment, I expect. To the gill. A heavy bag of gill happily offered for the little bottle of medicine called Fantasia. Cutscene. Every last gill accounted for. I knew you'd be right for the job. Now for your payment. But what's this? He's looking right at me. I don't like him breaking the fourth wall there. I'm just kidding. Maybe not. I think Lalas look like children too. They'd fall into daughter or son category. I guess I could see that. I think having played the game as long as I have, I'm black-pilled out of that idea because one of them is literally the sultana of the city that we're in right now. So they look small, but I have this mentality that they're all full-grown adults, and that is just what they look like. And I've been playing role-playing games where you have tinies that are, old, wise, sage, powerful, and they're just small of stature. So doing that for years and years, D&D, MMOs, the whole shebang, it doesn't map to me like, and this is a child. Yeah. Oh, there's somebody standing over there. Oh my. Is this is. There's that Lalafell. Hi. Wow. Okay, bye. A friend of yours? I can't say I recognized him. Of course you can't. Well, if you sell Fantasias, I'd be surprised if you didn't have some sort of etheric way of knowing who a person was without knowing their aesthetic. Because how else would you this is your trade. You mess with people's physique, so I would imagine they'd have some way to look underneath. My client? You mean that little Lalafellan gladiator? There we go. Well, yes, is that what your medicine does? Duh. Who's to say? I have no way of proving that man was indeed my client. Well, see, there's a big flaw in your business. Gotta say. That's a flaw. But if it would sate your curiosity, I believe I can spare you a file of your own for your own experimentation. Wink. Now my business here is done. We'll meet again someday, though whether we recognize one another is less certain. Yeah, okay. Yeah, creep. Go on with you. Goodbye. Thanks for the thing I probably won't use. Can I sell these things on the market board? Because I'm sure they probably go for a pretty penny. I think the green girl I sent you, she's 500 years old. Oh, yeah, see, there you go. Not a child. Just looks childlike. Not sure why I like the dragon folk, but if I am playing a strong hero type character that I am not just making myself, it might be the predatory look most reptile styles characters have as opposed to the cute/ugly look most other non-humans get. Guess that's fair. Yeah, there is something that I think we as humans see in lizard and dragonkin that looks like a danger signal, right? You can make them with certain art styles to look cuter, but in a lot of games, they lean more towards menacing, I think, right? I just know myself and know that if I ever end up with children, I'd be the hella doting father. Careful with over doting, though, right? They say that you don't want to be a helicopter parent at the risk of doing too much or getting too involved in a child's push towards independence. You'll notice very early, too, that kids are on a breakneck course to try to do everything that adults do alone. They see adults very functional, capable of doing stuff all by themselves without anybody's help, very strong, very mobile, and get into all sorts of fun-looking things. And a child immediately, as soon as they are mobile, want to go and do so many of the same things too. And it pays to get them involved in as much stuff as you can to build that self-confidence and build that skill set and get them started making mistakes earlier too. Child that has missteps, whether that's emotional, social, mental, or physical, the more that they have early on, the more navigational tools they're developing that they can lean on later on in life. You can always tell when a child has not had enough of their own independence thrust upon them because it's cumulative. And so at age 7, they're not caught up with the 7-year-olds, and they're playing by themselves often because they don't know how to integrate right. And then at 13, they're being bullied or they don't understand the social cues that are happening around them. And when they're looking for love, 15 or 16 or sooner for some people, they're behind the times there. Everything sort of like builds. Yeah. Not to say that I'm admonishing you so strongly based on one off comment that you said about doting. Just it spurred thoughts in my own head in that direction to just mention that. Orcs are known for being big, strong, and scary, but they usually are super unattractive for me, and elves never feel like they are tough enough. Yeah, elves generally don't look like they're really tough or interesting characters. I feel like they're meant to look mystical and magical of power, and orcs have never interested me as a playable race. They've always looked like they have the design of that is an enemy. You've made an enemy. An enemy-looking character. Yeah. People use the fact that she's 500 years old and not a child to be fucking weird. I bet. I personally have a no bullshit attitude. If they physically look like a child, you do not sexualize them, basically. I mean, if you did, you are letting everybody know in very clear, unassuming unassuming behavior what you think of that physique, right? As it leaves very little doubt what we all believe, what we all understand from you at that point. I think I can't spend poetics right now. I think I'm at 660 on a bunch of level 90s. So if that's the case, and I still have some, or I'm capped on poetics right now at the moment, what's the throwaway stuff at the end of Endwalker to pour poetics into and just get money off of it, so that I'm not sitting on capped poetics for nothing. Viper, I don't have Viper here. Do I not have Viper in this either? No, I do. I should. Oh, shouldn't it be? Oh, maybe I don't. Gross. Okay. We'll make Viper happen. Where would that be? That's a fishing rod. That's got to be Viper. Okay. We need a new gear set list then for that. We'll mess with its destination later on. This gets me somewhere. I'll have to mess with my menu system to work on getting everything up and running. I had this upper menu that you see underneath my little dono goal thing there set up in a very specific way that made sense before Picto and Viper were a thing, and now I have to rethink my strategy. I think I have an idea I'll probably showcase when I get around to fixing the UI to update to match. I recognize to not overparent them and stuff. I just know I'd also be extremely doting. I mean, I feel like I'm extreme, but I'm also coming from a family that did not show physical emotion or affection or much anything physical. They weren't physically active parents. They weren't physically connective parents. And they weren't physically big shouters, criers, laughers. Everything was muted. They didn't move much. They didn't share a lot of emotion or talk about a lot of deep ideas about their own passions or feelings on matters. And they weren't the family members that like cuddled and kissed and that sort of thing. But Oz and I do all of those things, and we both think, you know, this feels different, but it doesn't feel alien to do. It feels like this is what healthy families this is what healthy families do with their kids, and we just know a lot of unhealthy people. You know, people along the way. You gravitate towards people that I think make you feel comfortable about your own family upbringing. And so, like, I did feel awkward around people that had both a mom and a dad in the home, and people who were really affectionate to their parents and still liked their parents and were really, and shared, you know, stuff about what happened at school with their parents. And I was just like, that's weird. Yeah, we can't be friends. So I met a lot of other broken people, or people from homes, split parenting, single parent, whatever, that kind of thing. So that's what made me comfortable back in the day. I'm liking Viper. It feels somewhat Dancer-esque. There's like interesting play and cadence with the way that things move in your combos. And yeah, just kind of nice. Everything like feels like it makes sense, even though I was reading the descriptions for all the different abilities, and my head was reeling. I was like, everything refers to another thing by name, and I don't know the names of all the skills. So for everything to say, this triggers this ability, and then you don't know what that ability means because it's not the name of another ability. It's the name of like a status. It's like, okay, this ability triggers this status. Okay, got it. This ability triggers this status. This ability can only be triggered when this status is available or when you've cast one of these two other abilities. And it's all like, it's so much name dropping. It'd be like meeting somebody who talked about 50 people that you don't know, all by first name, and not describing them very well. It's reeling, but playing it makes a whole lot more sense. Yeah. I have a friend who, even when they were in their mid-20s, looked like they were 11 and were pissed off that they never got hit on by anybody. But, you know, as they got older, I'm sure that that youthful look was probably really big asset. We were talking about that earlier, actually. They would go to cons, get stopped by security all the time to be asked where their parents were. So she started messing with them to get backstage to stuff. Good. At least it sounds like she developed a personality around it that worked. I have a friend that gets really upset at me that I have this stance. She takes it as me saying no one should date her. And if they do, they're really creepy. But she's in the same boat as me of looking really young. I think it just, what it comes down to is you don't want to necessarily associate with somebody who has made strong decisions about you based on your looks then, right? At that point, if you have a certain look that is potentially problematic for a partner, you just want to make sure that the folks that you're getting involved with really know your personality, are there for the personality, and you know their personality and their proclivities, especially if you know their dating history, so you know the type of people that they're interested in previous to you. If it seems like all they date are very cherubim-faced gymnast or jockey-bodied people, very tiny and short and diminutive and cute and ageless, there might be something weird there that might not be worthwhile. But if you're sort of like different than their previous dating history and they seem really engaged in your personality and who you are, and you could show up in baggy, dowdy clothing and it wouldn't matter. Dowdy? And it wouldn't matter. They're just like there for you and they just have a good time with you as a person. Then I don't think your looks are problematic because you vetted them in other ways. Yeah. I don't know how to say it, but in anime and stuff, they purposefully say a character's age is way older to justify lolicon. Probably. So you have to go by how they look. Yeah. There's only ever been one orc character I really liked, and it was a half orc from Critical Role's The Mighty Nine. Okay. It's a different matter if there's people who look younger, but there's people like that one woman who's 24, but she looks like an 8 or 9-year-old. She has to be careful about who she dates or decides to reveal herself to because of obvious. Yeah. I again, I would say, you know, you have to really vet who you're interested in at that point and focus on developing a strong personality-based, emotional-based connection with people. They have to know who you are, and you've got to know that they're not just interested in your physique at that point. Hey, Kit, welcome on in. Have the reports been true that you have tried out Sin County? If my friend were walking down the street and someone starts hitting on them, I'd highly question why they're hitting on her. It sucks, but that's just how it is. Honestly, really, people just randomly hitting on somebody in the middle of the street, you could look age specific, you could not. And I think hitting on somebody in the middle of the street is just a bad look these days, period. It proves to you immediately that the first thing that person is fascinated with is a look. Is what do you look like? They are then secondarily interested in who you are as a person and interested in maybe getting to know you on an emotional or deeper connective level. But if they're hitting on you in the street, you're probably not the first person they've done that to. They're probably fine with just somebody who matches an aesthetic ideal. And if there are rough spots between you and them personality wise, they're more prone to give themselves excuses and say, you know, but we have fun times, or but we look so good together, or whatever. You know, they'll not understand having a better, deeper relationship because they are so aesthetic focused. Now, if your friend getting hit on while you walk down the street is also shallow and they like getting hit on by their looks, then whatever, you know, my blessings to them. Can go be with somebody who likes aesthetic as much as they do, and then they'll have a fun time. But yeah. Also makes things very difficult when she's on dates because people don't see her as an adult. Yeah, that's problematic. This person, let's take a quick look. Uh-oh.
I like the bow.
Okay, I typed the right thing. Just gonna pop up. Yes, it will. Okay. Something in my stream is working tonight. Thank goodness. We've had a lot of technical issues before the stream started, and that made the stream start late.
You put me on
a dating app, but you don't want me to dress provocative.
You want to dress provocative?
I have the clothes.
I know.
There's plenty of bad situations that can happen when it comes to people that want to date me. The attraction to younger people, children exactly, is an issue. And there have been times that I've attracted that, and they haven't been like super old, creepy guys all the time. But sometimes they are, sometimes they're younger, and it's just creepy.
What are we going to say in your bio?
I'm short, leave me alone.
Oh, because that'll get so many
going
responses.
to get hits.
I'm a Cancer. I've also had cancer.
Do people really put that on their dating profile?
Yes.
Online dating for Sean, I think it's a slippery slope. The problem with online is you don't know what their intentions are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big thing. These people are immediately looking at your picture and judging based on that. Now, if your picture is just like of a dog or like a crowd of friends, and you don't know anything about like the looks, and then they're like, okay, well, let me go scan down to the bio and see. Obviously, if she's female, she could probably get away with some shenanigans like that and probably still get interest in her dating profile. Whereas if a guy did that, it was just like, well, I'm not going to show you anything. You just have to read my bio. You know, are the chances of him getting matches there? Probably not. That's just the asymmetry of men versus women in the dating, online dating world. But online dating is already a huge problematic scenario. That's like not a good place to even have a litmus test on will they treat this woman the proper way, you know, in a way that's moral and ethical based on how she looks. There's no way you'd ever be able to. You'd have to go through months of mistakes to find to find somebody right through online dating. On the doting stuff, I heckin' missed the days my nephew wanted to sit in my lap and watch movies with me. That was so nice. Heckin' loved that kid. I'd give the world to him if I could. That's really sweet. There's probably a strong socialization aspect to wanting to be a parent, and maybe also to not wanting to be a parent. If you socialized around kids that were just absolute terrors and had no sense of propriety and pushed boundaries and weren't getting proper discipline for it and were just like little hellions, that might convince you, you know what, I super don't really want to be a parent because this just looks like a bad time for all parties involved. But if you had sweet times with nieces, nephews, cousins, I did all the way back to, God, it must have been maybe even when I was five or six. I had, through age gaps between me and my sisters, I have a niece who's close to me in age, and just having like a littler kid that also kind of like looked up to me and was learning from me and relied on me for connectivity and friendship bonding, but still like as a family member that I didn't have from older family, that same sort of connectivity. It did feel really nice, and I think it might have been some of the socialization for me into wanting to be a father. Certainly at one point I was taking care of a family member's 3-year-old while she was just like super tired and waylaid, and I was just like, hey, I'll take her off your hands. We'll play hide and seek, we'll play monsters, we'll do art, we'll get food, whatever, you know, just like I've got some extra surplus energy that you don't got right now. Let me just mind her for a while. And I was like, damn, my parental senses were just tingling. I was ready right then. I was like, man, I'm gonna go back to Oz and be like, yo, now. But we weren't at that phase in our relationship, so you know, I just cooled my jets and chilled and did other stuff in the meantime. Instead of having kids right then, just because I had a nice experience with one of my family members. But yeah, I think there's something to that's a big part of it, is the nice memories you have about the kids in your life. God, if I ever get kids, I'm gonna be so cooked I won't be able to say no. You gotta have structure. Kids actually love and crave structure too. There are times where with our girls, I've laid down some really strict rules. Like, yeah, I know you super want this. We absolutely can do this tomorrow. We absolutely can do this variant. We absolutely, you know, I try everything I can to not say no directly, but sometimes you got to. And I've been really hard, and they've learned that me saying yes in alternate ways is still a no. Because they're smart. They eventually get it. But regardless, even when I've seen them become super crestfallen, I've shattered this great plan that they had because I know it can't be done, or it's bad, or I have foresight and wisdom that they don't have, so I have to step in and be like, no, we cannot do it that way, and just shatter their dreams. You could see the hurt on their faces, like, damn, I just got really shut down by dad. Even still, they come back and very quickly rebound back into like, hey, I love you. And are immediately affectionate again, and are immediately cuddly and sweet again. Because that structure, that order in their life matters. It gives them rules, and it gives them expectations for their life. They're tight right now, and as they get older, wiser, and of course, the more they prove themselves, you pull all that back and away and let them grow into their own freedoms, and also make their own mistakes, right? And then you come back and course correct after the mistake, so that you're not correcting before all of their mistakes. But it's surprising to me. I didn't think that when I was going to be the meanest father at times, or at least the meanest I can be as a father to them, that they would still be so quick to bounce back and still show love. Partly because I think they understand that the structure and rules are doing something. Maybe they don't even understand it. Maybe they don't. There's a possibility they can't even understand what's going on in their own brains. But the love is still there. And it's almost hard. Like, to me, if somebody tells me no, I feel like I want to hold a grudge. But I had, you know, different parenting than they did. So it surprises me. I expect them to hold a grudge, but they don't. They like the structure. They like the rules. And they come back and bounce out of the bad feeling or the crestfallen feeling much quicker than I'd ever anticipate, because they do want structure. Yeah. Didn't make me sad to see friends with families that were happy. Just made me sad because I knew I didn't have it. that might have been why I pulled away from them, because I didn't have it. I felt that way about some of the people with like big money that I went to high school with. When I was in earlier grades, I feel like I knew a lot more kids that were my income level, but as in high school, I was around fucking wealthy people, and it kind of stung a little bit, and it made it hard for me to hang out with some of them. Some I didn't care. I just was just like, hey, I'll hang out at your house because this is amazing. But sometimes it stung. One thing I do hate is how me liking kids so much is always interpreted as, what? Because men are why do you think men commonly have that problem? That doesn't seem true to me. I just think it's out of the closet more. I don't think it's an increase necessarily. I think people are becoming more bold about sharing it, or people are getting caught more because we're able to track more of that sort of behavior, whereas before it was probably easier for them to hide it, right? I can't just genuinely be affectionate. Society has to see it as sexual, and it sucks. I don't think that's true. I think you're around the wrong groups of people if you're hearing a lot of that sort of perception around adult male craving to be paternal. That's a very natural and very normal human experience. And I've never heard anyone accuse anything that I've done as being untoward, or like, you can't be affectionate. You have to pull yourself away, or you got to be cold and hard with your kids. You can't be that kind of warm and connective. I've seen social media posts that support your thoughts. I just don't think it's real or right. Like, I even knew this guy with his like rather prepubescent, really small daughter. They were bathing together, and he's got like swim trunks on him, but he's bathing her naked, because in a bath you bathe yourself naked so you can bathe all your parts. But he's got himself covered up, and I was like, oh, what does that say about how he feels about his own body and about sexuality with children, that he's putting himself in a sexual place, thinking about sexuality and bath time with his own daughter? And second of all, what is he teaching her? Maybe not, might not have core memories yet, but what will he be teaching her about bodies and shame and sexuality way too early, because he's got these weird hang-ups and things that he's probably thinking much more than what he feels about the situation, what he thinks other people will feel about the situation, which is an awful way to parent, to subject yourself to the assumptions of what other people are going to think about what you do with your family. Although I wouldn't say just fly by the seat of your pants either. We're a scientific family, and I strongly encourage most other families today, do not follow your common sense when it comes to raising your kids. If there's science on the matter, fucking follow the science. Don't follow your heart. A lot of people's hearts are full of old bullshit that they learned from their parents, or from old standards that have long since been disproven. And there's no reason to not educate yourself on modern science of child psychology, child rearing, child everything. You should know better than to just do whatever feels good. We're way beyond that as a species. Fucking bite me. I think kids are adorable. Everybody thinks kids are adorable. Everybody thinks everything is adorable. Not just kid humans. We think kittens are cuter than cats. We think puppies are cuter than dogs. Yeah. The people that are giving you those ideas are fucked. Yeah. Stop projecting your own fetishization of children onto me. I agree with that statement. You feel seen? Good. Good. It shouldn't be, but at least online it really is. Terminally online people sometimes get really weird ideas of humanity that just don't track, though. Yeah. Oh, am I doing this as Weaver? And I shouldn't even be doing this as Weaver. I'm dumb. I'm actually going to go back and restart all of these quests as something that I for real wanted to level. I was leveling Weaver to 90 for the longest time that I just did this rote. Bear with me. We're just going to go back into Mare Lamatorum and abandon these and pick them up as something that I'm actually leveling to 90. So dumb. Okay, let's try this again, shall we? I still have audio materials, that's fine. One thing to think kids are adorable. The problem comes if you specifically and only seek kids to hang out with. Well, I mean, yeah. You'll, as a parent, I think most parents will find very quickly that you crave adult interaction. Very much, very early on into parenting, because you just have the most insane and crazy making conversations with little children. If anybody wants to spend the majority of their time with kids, they're definitely broken in myriad ways, not just sexual orientation, because kids are a pain to spend a lot of time with. I like my kids, but I like my time talking to you guys too. Having real adult conversations. Yeah, there's no substitution for somebody who thinks rationally. This would be true if you just have people who are irrational in your lives too. They don't have to be little kids. If the people you speak with are just they have no logic or no reason, you'd crave rational people to talk to after some time. I've joined the Sin County Discord and I'm looking at playing. I've also joined Final Fantasy 14. Kit, you're becoming one of us. How do you feel about that? What does it feel to be tribally engaged closer and closer to the sphere of Network 07 and all that entails? Just curious. Have some 94-year-old veteran tell me I should date him? That he would make me happy? How would he make you happy? That I didn't know if I'd like having an experienced man unless I tried it? Well, I mean, you already said no, so now he's just being an absolute creep. But also, what the hell could somebody 94 offer? That's big talk, but there's no way to back any of that up. And no way, the only way that they could back that up is for you to make extreme concessions up front. That then they've already got you hooked. Then you're kind of stuck. So I'd say that the buy-in, the risk versus reward ain't there for 94. I met Teresa through online dating. True. How did that go for you guys? How was it before you two met? How was online dating before Teresa? Because I'm sure she wasn't your first match. I always had men that were old enough to be my dad or grandpa hitting on me and flirting with me. Yeah, that's, again, something that I cannot fathom unless it's a numbers game that they do it 500 times and they get one win and it just convinces them to do 500 more times, like gambler's mindset or something. Like they're really going to just go and piss off young women over and over and over again on the off chance that they get somebody with extreme difference of opinion on who they're attracted to. They're like, okay, yeah, I'll give you a chance. And they're like, yes, see, it's all worth it. You just have to be persistent. It's the only thing I can think of. If not for that, then they're just absolutely mental. Yeah. I've had the reverse with much older women hitting on me, even to the point where after telling them I was married, that they didn't mind keeping secrets. Wow. So pro cheating. Yeah. Just the hard part for me with that is it takes somebody with like negative empathy to say, you know what? I will cheat and hopefully hide this completely. And if this were to ever happen to me, I'm not even going to think about how I would feel in that circumstance. Because normally, if somebody said, you know, would you like to be cheated on? Would you like your romantic partner, the one you're in love with, to find somebody twice your age, to just romp around behind your back and hide it and keep secrets from you? Most people would be like, you know what? In my list of like top 10 feels I want to feel, I don't know if that's necessarily there. Some people don't give a fuck, but then you guys have an open relationship. That's not cheating anyway. Right, you wouldn't be like keeping secrets. Probably not a big deal. But large majority of us probably wouldn't want that feeling exercised upon us. So it takes a real sociopath, a real disconnect. And of course, now that you all have heard the lore stream, you know I'm speaking from experience. For somebody to just go, yeah, God, that would feel really awful if it happened to me, but fuck the other person. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. I can keep the secret. It's not a big deal. And I'm not even going to visit what if this happened to me. Or they've marked you as a sucker and they feel I could do this because I know my partner would never do anything like this to me because they don't have the guts. Yeah. Which part of me feels like that might have been one of the metrics that happened with me in my first marriage. My youngest has decided she doesn't want kids after witnessing the chaos that is her 3-year-old triplet cousins. I mean, yeah, there's something to that. There's definitely something to that. But seeing them like that would break me. I'm so cooked. Seeing them like that? Seeing who like what? Sorry, I'm so far behind on chat right now. I'll stop playing so I can catch up on chat. Makes me wish I was ballsy enough to be the type to go up and grab them by the nutsack and tell them, unless you want this gone, fuck off and leave me alone. On the subject of littles, I want to say that every time I see yours, D, I'm delighted at how well-behaved and sweet they are. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. You and Oz have been doing a great job raising them. We've been trying to manage that line between don't overexert yourself into their lives, let them make mistakes, let them become their own self-guided people, while also not letting them run wild or have zero structure. We're strict. We're strictly hands off. We have a lot of rules that we step in on so that we do go hands on sometimes about, okay, listen, we've got to mitigate this conflict. You guys aren't doing this right. But we also give them a lot of autonomy to flex the rules that we have set for them. So we're strict, but we try to give them a lot of power and authority in that strictness and only step in when we're required. Now, obviously, when they were little, we had a lot more, we were guiding a lot more because they needed us so much more, but they're getting more and more autonomous as the older that they get. Online, any guy that likes children are viewed as pedos. Yes. Statistically, 1 in 30. Is it really that high? That feels like a very high statistic. Maybe I could see if it was 1 in 30 people were interested in people underneath the age of consent. And I want to be very specific about that because I understand that there's a biology that we're running up against as far as our culture is moving fast and our biology and evolution is running slow. When somebody is physically able to procreate, there is an emotional, or not emotional, maybe just hormonal response to being interested in somebody who has the procreate ability. Now, if they're not ready to procreate and you're still interested in them in a sexual way, that's paraphilic, right? There's a problem. You're broken because you're interested in something that doesn't even work, right? If you just take out the humanity and culture part of it and just talk about mechanics, you can't procreate with somebody. That should mean that there's And I know this is also like disenfranchising LGBTQ. So bear with me as I'm just talking about like sheer biology in the format of underage people. I have more of an understanding for the paraphilia of somebody who might be interested in somebody who is of breeding age, but is not otherwise age of consent, or is otherwise maybe just an icky age or an icky age gap between that. I somewhat get that because hormones are dumb, and some people let their stupid testosterone do stupid things with their mouth and their actions and whatever. And I still don't think there's anything right about those people, but it's at least imaginable. Whereas the people who are like actually literal pedos, I can't imagine. That is broken. That is beyond broken. And that is one of the worst kinds of broken, because you're talking about somebody who needs to trust adults to survive. End of that story. So 1 in 30 seems really high. That's a high level of a big type of broken, if that's true that you mean actual pedophilia. Might just be that the anime community and a lot of streaming communities have that thought. Maybe they're collecting together so that it feels more normalized. People in churches do this, right? They gather together a bunch of people like them with a like mindset. And I was recently shown, I forget which one of you sent it to me, but it was, what's that one like blonde jock YouTuber, big guy, Paul Logan or something like that, had some major religious person on, and he was talking about how we all feel like we have immense amounts of rage and how we all just want to like punch somebody until their head implodes in, but Jesus stops us from having those dark emotions and guides. You know, without God in our lives, we would all return to monkey and basically be brutal, awful people. And there are a whole bunch of Christians reacting to that were like, amen, we need God, otherwise we'd all be like this. Like, no, we wouldn't. Just you broken people would. You broken people who all come to church together and you all feel this like immense rage that you could be homicidal, that you could actually punch somebody's head in. That's a wrong feeling. You are broken and you're all coming together and you think, we're not broken. This is the way God has made us. Not true. Not true. God has only made some of you that way, if you believe in God making people in the first place. And I feel the same way about people who gather together in like lolicon communities. They're probably feeling normal around each other, but they don't realize that the numbers game has them so minimized. They are actually paraphilic, you know, external or outside of the normal. Yeah. Might just be that you've just found a really nice little community, but general online communities, guys that paternally like children are viewed as pedos. I don't know. I think you and I run in different circles. I have not experienced any of that, and I'm somewhat terminally online. So I don't know. Nobody's ever, like, I am very affectionate with my kids, and nobody's ever made any sort of weird claims about me whatsoever. And if they did, you know, I'd go on long diatribe about them, about, you know, what is actual paternal affection supposed to look like then. Yeah. Anyone I talk to about it in real life totally gets it. Maybe you just need to know more people who are terminally online who also periodically touch grass. I've gotten literally kicked out of groups for talking about wanting children someday being taken as some weird sexualization thing for wanting children. What the fuck? Some people's brains are so fucking twisted, even normal ass shit just gets taken in the wrong way, every wrong way possible. Yeah, I think that's what it is. On that note, my nephew gets upset at me sometimes because I do want to talk to my sister when I visit too. That's kids, man. If you're one of their favorite adults, then they want all the time for themselves. But kids are hedonistic. They'll do whatever it takes to get whatever they want to be the top priority. You can play with that mechanic too. You know, people say, oh, I can't get my kid to eat anything but chicken nuggies and mozzarella sticks or whatever. It's like, you can, but you have to push that they only have access to healthy foods. If they won't eat veggies, for example, you give them options. You give them power of choice, but you give them like 3 veggies. And if they say none veggies, chicky nuggies, then you're like, all right, well, I'll wait until you pick which veggie you want. Guess what? Because they're hedonistic, they will not let themselves starve. No kid will let themselves starve. They will choose one of the 3 veggies, or they'll eat all three and try them and decide the one that they prefer the best and tell you never give me this one ever again, and you hopefully remember that. But they'll never starve themselves because they're little hedonists. I think it's like how some people view anyone who can mention AI without busting out an aneurysm saying it's extremely evil and thrashing all over it must be an AI, bro. I, first of all, coming from a background in computer science, that's what I went to university for, understand that the generative algorithms that run a lot of things these days, like ChatGPT and text to image and image to video and all of that, it's not AI. First off. And second off, even if it were to the level of what something you could actually call AI, or, you know, even if you just want to colloquially use the word AI, just so you don't disenfranchise people, it's tech. Tech is a tool. You use a tool to a benefit or a detriment. And everybody gets that choice. Nobody would ever accuse a hammer of being evil because it's not the hammer, it's the person who wields it. Now, if you give a hammer to a carpenter, he's going to make a house. If you give a hammer to a serial killer, he's going to bash heads in and then claim that everybody needs God. Otherwise, what else would we do with hammers if we didn't have God? We'd just bash heads in all day. I'm just kidding. I'm just making fun. So the concept that AI is inherently evil just doesn't make any sense. It's like everything else. It's a tool. It's a limited tool. You can't do things with AI that the AI was meant to do. You simply can't. And so, like a text to image, you will never make anything other than an image as the result. You can't make nuclear launch codes. Not ones that work anyways. And so it'll only be as evil as the people using it, right? At the end of the day, actually, it's the art community that's fucked. That's where I keep getting accused of being a pedo too. In the art community, I mean, our art community is going to be disenfranchised because big corporations want to use AI instead of artists. Yeah, for a little while. But I think what's going to happen is we're going to realize that we have a smell about AI that it makes people feel a certain way, and companies are always good at chasing money. So the big companies will always do whatever they think serves their buyers the right way. And so if that means supporting real artists and doing things that feels right to the people that want to hand over their money, they're going to do it if it proves that their sales end up getting better for it. AI might get better and better and eventually work to take over certain types of artists, but you still need a critical eye to decide which art that was generated by AI will be good for marketing purposes, what's clean, what requires cleaning afterwards. You almost still need an artist no matter what to make decisions, to make the prompts, to make everything happen. You need somebody with an artistic mindset to step in. You can't just, as a C-level exec, ask Dolly to do what you want and expect that that's going to be better than what an artist gives you. I met a few women who were okay, but Teresa was the first that clicked. She met some characters, though. Interesting characters. The women who said she was okay with keeping secrets. The woman who said she was okay with keeping secrets got upset when I tried to walk away and was going to make a scene. But luckily I was leaving work at the time. Jeez. Pushy. Crazy. Yeah. It's weird. I always look younger than my age. Rarely to ever had people my own age hitting on me. And it was always creepy old men. I wonder if that's a byproduct of where you live, too. It's an old comment. Seeing them like that was you talking about your little ones being crestfallen. Oh, gotcha. Almost one in every 35. I'll take a look at this. I'm going to post it in our little DM thing here for future reading. Hope you don't mind. Authors point between 2 and 5% in general society having tendencies. Makes me wonder if there's something we can do to try to mitigate that in some way too. Everything in my brain is always like stem the cause, right? Don't look at the symptoms. Don't look at the how to change the outcomes. Look at, or yes, change the outcomes, but always look at it at the source. Like what's causing the issue? How do we mitigate that cause? What can we do to differentiate that? My family got dressed up and went out to dinner recently. Oh wait, sorry, I skipped a couple. My bad. I follow Antifa Operative on Twitter. She tends to post caught pedos almost daily on Twitter. Crazy. 2 news sources and 1 published medical journal from the National Institute of Health. Okay. Did you see the creepy speech by Tucker about Daddy's home? No. Can you DM me that YouTube link? I'm getting overtime and I've got 2 days of hard day job work to do, so I can't stay too late past time. Okay, my family got dressed up and went out to dinner recently. My husband and the oldest daughter, 16, walked to the car together because she forgot her purse. A stranger was glaring at them because she thought it was a date between them. I don't fucking get people. Sometimes family members can even look like close in age too, right? I mean, that's sort of like the age-old joke. Like, how do you flirt with somebody who's you know, got their mom next to them? It's like, oh, are you 2 sisters or something like that? It's kind of like a nice and sweet thing to say about ageism. Well, it's kind of ageist to say that sort of thing though, but you know, people look different ages and people are going out together in functions as families all the time. Food, grocery store, whatever. Why would you ever make an estimation unless you saw a couple of people who are dramatically different in age, like sucking each other's faces? It's like, okay, those 2 probably romantically involved, unless one of them's choking and the other one is a really weird, like, suction-based Heimlich maneuver going on. They're probably romantically involved in some way. And then if there's a big age gap, go ahead and stare. Probably don't say anything though, but you can probably go ahead and stare. They're doing it in public anyways. Maybe they want people to look. There's a big issue of people who claim to find children adorable and say their art is just a cute character, but then, well, you know, Likos, you've seen some of the art people have done of Nikita. Stuart says, as an artist, I feel like AI-generated art has a place and should not go away completely. I know people who simply want to make silly pictures or want to have a quick reference photo for a D&D character. I think it allows a lot more people to have access to art that couldn't otherwise afford it. I think it what's the word I'm looking for? Democratizes the ability to gain access to clip art and other you know, just different things that you want to generate. And if you're a big company who is interested in disenfranchising people in lieu of, you'd rather just pay for a sub to ChatGPT or whatever instead, I think the word will get out. You know, people like to share that kind of information with each other, and it's a free market. People can make their decisions based on whether they like that you've done that or not. Yeah. Most people can't afford to have an artist create pictures for them, and it's great for that. Yes, I agree with that part. Democratizes for the poors. There's no issue with artists using AI for their own art to improve it, but when people who don't own the rights to the art are using AI art, not crediting the original artist or people whose art they trained their AI on, that's when it becomes a problem. This is true. So that's something that I think law has to step in on. I don't think that's necessarily a problem with the technology existing. I think that's a problem with the companies that have platformed and made AI art and anything generative their business. They have to understand that the corpus that they're relying on involves copyrighted material at times. And if you use copyrighted material as a seed, like in a upload this image and then we'll turn it into a video for you, those all have their own risks, right? I can just play a video on YouTube, and if that the audio for that video or if part of the video content for that video matches up with something, we've got the infrastructure there to ding me and possibly affect my attempt at a future career with this based on the choices that I make. We should absolutely be able to start extending that towards generative content as well. Yeah. I agree not all AI usage should be banned, but there's a lot to put into regulation to protect artists and as such so they don't get their works stolen. Yeah, fully agree. I sadly think the cause of pedophilic tendencies being so common is literal biology. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't serve. It doesn't serve. I highly disagree to being attracted to children is biology. It's just sick individuals looking for an excuse. I think it is sick. Yeah. I think it's more along the lines of sickness. And also, like, culturally, in different eras, we hadn't seen, like, this amount. So I also think there might be something sociologically going wrong. It could be neurological, like there could be a physiological component, but it also could be a cultural component. When I was studying Victorian culture at one point because I just didn't have a good nuance of what was going on, I noted that there was a perhaps disturbing trend in early photography for youthful subjects. And I was like, what the hell is this all about? I thought Victorians were like prudes, right? But the idea in those times was that children were innocents. They didn't have big sin and big darkness on their souls yet because they didn't have time to go and do awful things. They were just humanity and God's souls in a much more pure form before they had any chance to do anything corrupt and gross with their lives. And so many people saw little kids as these like perfect, untainted versions of humanity that they just doted on and thought were sweet and a gentle reminder that, you know, we all started somewhere more perfect and lovely than we were. Now, I think of kids and I think of, you know, like puking and shitting and stuff spilling out of the leg hole in a diaper and getting all over everything. And then the kid like smearing their face in it. Or in the terms or case of one of our friends, Crimmy, like one of her kids literally had a whole season of her life where she would reach into her poopy diaper and like finger paint it on the walls. Fucking disgusting. So I don't feel like I agree with that era, but it just shows that it's not a natural state for us to think of children, especially before puberty, in any sort of particular way. That culture, that era, had a very different concept, I think, than what we would think of in modernity. I still think kids are absolutely nasty. Yeah. Stolen art is awful and almost nothing you can do to stop it nowadays. True, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try. We should work to have better policy. If you watch that video, it's only 2 minutes long. Maybe. Sadly, there's a fair amount of science saying it is biological. It's not saying it's not wrong, but to address the issue, we need to first understand where it's coming from. I'd be curious to understand why people think it's biological, because just from a continuance of genetic code sense, which, you know, kind of at the core of a lot of human proclivity is what we're sort of working toward doing, right? The things that we can be distilled down to aren't as simple as that, but at least we do try to make our genetic code move to another generation, right? You cannot do that with a child. So why would you biologically have that in you in any way? It's the sick individuals who act on it, but even for people who aren't sick, why would that exist? What's biologically causing it? Maybe we can develop a medicine or something that counteracts that even. That would be fantastic. I mean, we're already looking at certain ways to edit genetic code via CRISPR or whatever else that do give us a leg up on maybe stemming problems that we've had with humanity for a while now. Things like genetic defects that result in termination of the child's life either during gestation or shortly after birth, with like a incredibly high 80% or higher death rate, and we can put an end to those mutations. If we could do something like that for pedophilia, damn, that'd be amazing. I refuse to believe it. These are mentally unwell people who can't find a partner in their own age group or have mental degradation or never grew up, so they seek children for power play, for someone who is more on their mental level because they're sick and never were treated for their issues. I won't say I refuse to believe it. I have doubts, but if the science supports Lycos, then I'll believe it. There's already an understanding that not everyone who's a PETA wants to do bad, and many seek out therapy for it. I'm sure that's probably the vast majority of people. If you grow up well adjusted, that it doesn't matter what it is. Not even necessarily that. It could be any sort of propensity towards badness, that the majority of us don't want to be bad, and so we would seek out some sort of help or support to not do the thing that we have the feel to want to do. Not sure if it exists out there somewhere, but since I'm not proficient in 3D art yet, I wish I could do 2D art to generate 3D models for printing. That would be pretty cool. I've never heard of anything like that yet, but that would be pretty amazing. Genetics and epigenetic differences in brain structure, hormones, developmental differences, childhood experiences. Thanks. You know where I'm putting that. This is all going on the not right now because I'm trying to go to sleep feed. I'll strongly refuse to entertain that. It's already hard and bad enough when you got people arguing that if they bleed, they can breed. I refuse to give concessions that will give those freaks any grounds. I understand you have a moral objection, but moral objection and science don't have to go hand in hand. So I don't think anything that Lycos is saying is apologetics for anybody's behavior. Just if there's a scientific cause and it's happening to people that go well beyond, they have some sort of sickness or trauma that they're acting upon, then I'd say actually all the more reason why we would need to explore it so that we can find a way to stop it. If it's naturally occurring in humanity, even if it doesn't serve, and there are some things in humans that are naturally occurring that don't serve, like our laryngeal nerve that does this really weird U-turn underneath the heart, I think it is, in a really dangerous and stupid way because of the way that we evolved. And there's a number of things broken with us. Our appendix, obviously broken. It's just a ticking time bomb. If this falls under those proclivities, or not proclivities, those problems with humanity as well, then to say that you will only address the people who have mental illness and that's the only thing that it could possibly be, means you could be leaving a lot of people with a problem that could have a solution start to be searched for if we just allow the chance that it exists that way. But also not to ever give anybody an excuse of saying, well, it's my biology. One thing to say you have a biological sensation. It's another thing to say you would act on it, right? Cancer's genetic, but it's still bad. Cancer's a genetic proclivity, right? But cancer doesn't come from a genetic code. Cancer comes from trauma of the cell, right? It's different. But I understand what you're trying to say. Those people will still use any inch they can can get to take a mile. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It creates a slope that some people would want to use. So we just have to be cautious about how we take it on. But I disagree with your stance to ignore science if science says otherwise. Yeah, what Lycos said. This combo is making me think about the movie Hard Candy with a young Elliot Page. I might have seen that. Sounds familiar. If you want a good suspense movie, that could be a stage play. I recommend it. I think I might have seen it, but it's been a long time if I have. I know I've got a lot of reading. I'm trying my best. When there's empirical scientific evidence that proves without a shadow of a doubt the creepy old man wanting to sleep with children is proven to be biological, I will believe it. Same. Until there's more solid proof, no, we need to stop putting it out there because they're already running with that, using it to argue that they aren't wrong. I don't think so. I mean, you say that, but you say they like they have some sort of ground, but it's not allowed, right? They're not just committing like a crime, but pedophilia is like a big damn crime, right? It's one of the biggest crimes that we have in our culture. So I don't know if there's like a concept of a ground that they could be winning, or some sort of cultural sway that they could actually have. There's just too many normative people that all agree that, one, they're wrong, and two, they're wrong in such a way. When we're talking about humans that need, as I mentioned before, humans that need adults to step in and help them continue to exist. They need trust in adults. Little kids can't just live on their own. They can, but that creates really, really, really bad outcomes in the cases where they do. So the vast majority of children need strong pair bonding, healthy relationships with parents or other adults who are going to take good care of and protect those children. And that is a societal norm. That is a scientific proof and fact. And there's no part of it's in my biology that's going to ever win anybody ground to get any sort of clearance, sway with the law, change in policy, or have us treat them in any other way other than how we do, right? Anybody's going to try to justify their behavior if they feel like they're going to have to keep doing it. Obviously, if you feel that way, but you feel it's wrong, you're not part of this argument, and you're just feeling something that you can control. It's the people that can't control it that are going to try to justify it. But that's true for everything. You know, serial killers are going to try to justify why they serial kill. Sometimes, sometimes they know. Sometimes they absolutely know. Oh, this is absolutely awful, and nobody should do this. I shouldn't even do this, but I'm doing it anyway. But a lot of people who do bad things try to justify it, and that there's no purchase in our greater society for that. We don't have things that are normalized now because a small, violent minority was able to get enough people on their side. It doesn't work that way. When they try to say they belong in LGBTQIA for their love. Yeah. That one's funny. Yeah. Far-right groups fight against banning child marriage, and I literally had an argument with some psycho who was using the same that exact study to justify sleeping with kids is nature. Wow. But those are freaks. I mean, you're talking about loud people, and I know that spaces that you inhabit have loud people in them. But just like Likos, who can't talk parentally in his circles, I think you both are in echo chambers and spheres of the internet where your algorithm has a very different scenario than what you just find in homes and in families and in the culture of the workplace and the general generic experience in our country and by large the greater experience in the world at large, right? Fathers happen all the time, and in the world at large, fathers are not stoic, cold, passive, and don't show affection or emotion with their kids. It's just not true. It's just not a generic aspect of humanity. And people aren't pushing for relationship with children. I would argue there's unfortunately quite a lot of people who would take law into their own hands and probably go out and kill anybody who tried relations with their child, because they're so protective, loving, caring, and it's their job to curate their children's experience, that if they found out that there was another adult who stepped in and tried to do something sexual with that child, that person would probably be killed well before law enforcement got involved. I say unfortunate. I'm not against certain types of just extrajudicial work, because I think the justice system is slow. I think law enforcement is flawed, and I don't think that we have the answers to all of life's problems by relying on government, law, and law enforcement. I think some things happen faster than that. But I think that both of your experiences with paternal sense and with people justifying things like child marriage, those are fringe. They will stay fringe. They're getting fringier the older generations get, and as they die off, younger people are more and more conscientious, concerned, egalitarian, protective of each other, bigger-hearted, empathetic. And those things that you have mentioned are not growing trends. They are dying trends. Or they are lashing out because they're dying. So they get louder because they're dying. They can say all they want, but no one is listening to it like that. Yeah. Some of the work I've done on abuse of AI to plan attacks is something that's technically public knowledge, but I don't want to support spreading it so it doesn't get to ears that would abuse it. That's fair. I mean, I toe a careful line here where I have allowed a number of people from different walks of life to talk about different political ideas, personal autonomy ideas, medical ideas, scientific ideas that weren't all my thoughts, that weren't all the mass following that watches my content, that weren't all your thoughts, but with not the intent to platform or get those ideas out, to air them out so that people can hear and connect with them and agree with them, but more to expose them and understand the motivations behind them so that we can work on how we can navigate better in the future, so we can make less people think like that, so we can choose better choices, and so that we know how to insulate ourselves from negative impacts that might have affected those people to come to those solutions. That's dangerous of me to do, right? Because I could be perceived as somebody who is platforming or giving voice to ideas that I don't want out there, or I don't want more of out there. But I think that we have done a lot of censoring, and it's created a lot of sneaky, festering abscesses in our culture and communities. And if we don't do something about how to connect with those people and how to stem the root causes that allow people to start going down these ideological warrens, we're going to continue to lose people to these off ideas. It's better to try to figure out what's going on, learn the motivations, and address things at the root causes. Yeah. Okay. I think the limits of chat were causing a slight misunderstanding, since it's not the best way to try to get a point across. That could be it too. All right. All your faces. This has been really a great discourse. Every discourse has been a great discourse. Honestly, this year's discourses have been, by and large, just fantastic experiences. Whether it stays on topic or whether we diverge well off topic, it's been just a really great experience. I hope that this has been value feeding to you all as well. Not just tonight, but every night that we've been doing this. We're doing this every Wednesday steadily for well more than just 2024. 2024 is just the first year we've been doing it cross-platform and had to change some schedule things, both at the beginning of the year and then again when the little started kindergarten. apologies for that. I understand that when I do format changes, it dramatically affects who's able to watch and when. So I try not to do it very often, but my life's been going through a lot of weird changes in the last 5 years since we've become parents. So appreciate that. I do look forward to making this more of a full-time endeavor. And I'm looking at trying to manifest that in the next 2 years or so. When I say manifest, I don't mean open-eyed stare at my ceiling in a blackened room and wish really hard. I mean actually work to make this a full-time career. And if this provides value to you, I hope you can assist with that endeavor. Number one way is for us to try to get as many people's eyes on this as possible. Find the folks who are tribal to us that are interested in these types of conversations and will not shy away from deeper, more analytical conversation on the internet. There are some people that are just online to have a fun time, and then there are people like us. So I appreciate you being the deep, empathetic, big-hearted, loving nerds that you are. And this really meant a lot. I do hope that we can make a crazy movement out of this, and one where we are able to maximize empathy in this world. That's honestly my biggest drive, is just more love and more empathy than we've seen in the past, especially in the recent past. And if you're on ball with that, let's make it happen. Yeah. Cool. All right. I love your faces. Thanks for being here. If you're on YouTube and Kick, we're going to end stream. If you're on Twitch, we're going to go raid somebody else. For all of you, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll see you again on Saturday for more Alan Wake 1, and we might bring some of this other stuff up too. There's a lot of stuff we might talk about on Saturday before Alan Wake, but we'll see. I'll have to do some research and sifting and see what's what. All right. Said good night enough times, so this is just goodbye till Saturday. YouTube and Kick. Anyways, goodbye right now.